This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, Gail. Welcome, everyone. This is the opening of the Clatsop County Comprehensive Plan Update Countywide Citizen Advisory Committee for December 17th, 2020. It is 10:02 a.m. I'm your chair, Andy Davis. I live in Astoria. If we could go around the room and just introduce ourselves for the record. I'll just read off names so we get the same order. Can we start with Gail?
Gail Henriksen, Community Development Director.
Thanks, Gail. Cheryl Johnson.
Cheryl Johnson, resident of East County, part of the Northeast CAC and the liaison from Northeast CAC to the Countywide CAC.
Thank you, Cheryl. Jim Allegria. Oh,
muted.
I got you muted, Jim. I don't hear you.
Sorry about that. Jim Allegria from Astoria, member of the Countywide Advisory Committee.
Thanks, Jim. Pat Corcoran.
Pat Corcoran, City of Astoria, member of the Countywide Citizens Advisory Committee.
Thanks, Pat. Harold Gable.
CAC, Harold Gable, Gerhart, Oregon.
Thanks, Harold. Robert Strickland.
Robert Strickland, Clatsop Plains Liaison.
Thanks, Robert. Hi, David, I see you just joined us. Do you mind introducing yourself too? We're just going around and doing quick introductions. Oh, I think you're muted, sir.
Yeah, that helps. Hi, I'm Dave Stowe. I'm with the Clatsop Nehalem Confederated Tribes.
Hi, David. Thank you. Welcome.
You bet.
Todd Lundy, I see you've joined us. Could you introduce yourself? We don't hear you, Todd, even though it appears you're unmuted. Well, let's try. So we've got a couple of folks on the phone. It looks like I don't see names for you. Could the folks on the phone identify themselves as well?
This is Jan Mitchell, and I'm having trouble on getting on to go to meetings, but I'm here.
Okay, thanks for joining us, Jan. And then one other caller.
Sure. Susanna Gladwin, also having trouble with GoToMeetings and my satellite signal, but from Jewel.
All right, thanks, Susanna. And it looks like Jan has joined us. Hopefully, Todd, your audio will come through eventually. You're welcome to jump in and introduce yourself when and if that happens. Next order of business on our agenda is the review of meeting summaries for the 15th and 19th.
Yeah, and neither of those summaries have been completed yet, so they will need to be moved to the next agenda.
Okay. Without objection for the group, we'll move those to the next agenda and take them up when we have the chance. All right, thank you all. So our next agenda item is moving through the CAC Liaison Reports. This is an opportunity for our regional CAC groups, Community Advisory Council groups to reflect on their last meetings and let this central group hear what's been going on in those regional discussions. Clatsop Plains, Robert, do you have a report from your last session?
Very brief one. There was a vehicular infrastructure interaction that wiped out our internet connection with CenturyLink for 3 days straight, so I was unable to participate. Also, I had lousy smartphone connection through Twigbee. So I have nothing to report except it was very difficult not having internet for 3 whole days.
I can believe that in present circumstances. I'm glad you're back. Gail, do we have any staff feedback from? Well, it sounds like there was a meeting, correct, of some kind.
Yes, that's correct. So the Clatsop Plains Committee met on December 10th, and their topic of discussion, as were all the other planning area CACs, was federal wild rivers, state scenic waterways, Oregon recreational trails, and scenic views and sites. And so there was discussion about that. I think one of the big items that was discussed that you'll be seeing at a next meeting is the need to add the Clatsop Plains area, or at least a part of it, back into the scenic, designated as a scenic view. It had been removed when the original comp plan was adopted because it was felt that the impact of logging really had a conflict with the scenic view designation. And so at that time in 1980, the committees and the board took that Clatsop Plains area and did not designate it as a scenic view. So I think the committee now wants to go back and relook at that.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, so then the next group is the Elsie Jewell Seaside Rural Group. Staff, do you have a report for that?
They are actually having their meeting tomorrow, so I have nothing to report at this time.
Okay, thank you. Actually, now might be a reasonable time. Is there a report on, is that one of the groups that got new members appointed?
Yes, so on December 9th, the Board of Commissioners appointed new members to the Elsie Jewell Group, 4 new members, including Donna Bing, Jodia Bing, who will be representing the Chinook Indian Nation. They also appointed Susanna Gladwin and Herb Olstead to that committee. There were also appointments to the Lewis and Clark Committee, which also include Don and Jodia Bing, Pat O'Grady, and Tiffany Hall for Lewis and Clark.
Thank you, Gail, and congratulations, Susanna.
Thank you.
Okay, so we will look for a report from that group next time out. How about Lewis and Clark?
Okay, so for Lewis and Clark, they combined their November and December meetings and met on December 3rd. They discussed both wildlife habitat and the scenic waterways and scenic sites in the county. There were no real significant developments or new issues that came out of those meetings.
Okay, thank you. Northeast CAC, Cheryl, do you want to report from your group?
Northeast CAC met last week on December 10th, and as Gail mentioned, excuse me, they covered wild and scenic rivers, recreational trails, and scenic views. I was not present at that one, so possibly Gail can say if there were any hot topics on that one. And I just wanted to throw in, I was able to attend the workshop on Monday that was with Fish and Wildlife folks and Dogami. And I thought that was a great workshop. They had put together a lot of experts from the staff, and it was sort of a Q&A. So there was good discussion, a lot of topics got brought up. So well done on that one. And then if Gail wants to say anything significant that came out of last week's meeting from us.
Yeah, so there was a lot of discussion between the committee members, and Judd Arnold representing Hampton Lumber was there. And there was a lot of discussion about a scenic site that's listed in the comprehensive plan that's in the Northeast area that is actually on privately owned land that's currently owned by Hampton. And there was discussion about how the county could work with private property owners to encourage them to either put certain scenic sites into conservation easements, or how to promote the conservation of those areas. I don't think that they came to a conclusion, but there was a lot of discussion about that.
Thank you, Gail. Okay, Southwest Coastal. Todd, do we have audio from you now?
Yeah, you do.
Great.
We met on the 9th. 4 of the 5 committee members were present, and we reviewed the second half of the groundwater resources worksheet and the first half of the historic and cultural resources worksheet. And I presume that that material will be covered in the summaries when we get to reviewing it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hopefully it's all in the worksheet for us.
I have one other thing. During the Fish and Wildlife workshop, a fact was brought up which I was unaware of, and that is that the riparian setbacks can be reduced to 20 feet by certain considerations. And I would like to know more about what those considerations are and how often that exception is granted. It seems to me that it could be, if that exception is liberally used, then our setbacks are meaningless. Does anyone know anything about that?
Yes, so if I can address that, the 20-foot setback where it's a no-touch area was something that Ashley Latorre discussed as part of buffers that are required for commercial timber harvest and activities as part of the Forest Practices Act. So those buffers, if they are reduced, that decision is being made by ODF, and it is nothing that the county would have jurisdiction over. Our buffers currently are 50 feet from shoreland overlay areas and 35 feet from the line of non-aquatic vegetation. And we don't have a mechanism or an exception that allows us to reduce that to 20 feet. So that's strictly coming out of Forest Practices Act.
Okay. When we get to that, I would like to make a recommendation that we encourage the legislature to look carefully at those exceptions.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Robert, I see your hand.
Oh, just that Monday meeting is available from a link from the county website. I was able to find the link easily with a search at the county website of Dogami, and it was down the list. But it was around a 2 1/3 hour meeting, but it's really handy to watch online because you can pause it and go do something else and come back to it. And it really was laden with expertise and got into kind of a big issue was that Forest Practices Act does not apply where it is not commercial activity. So if someone has a timbered area, is in forest land, but is not hiring somebody to do it, is not bartering or selling the timber, they're not prohibited from pretty much doing what they wish and saying, hey, I cut it down for firewood. So those who weren't there, I think it's a worthwhile way to kill about 2 1/3 hours to watch that Monday meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert. Pat.
What was that link again, please? Because I missed that meeting and I very much want to look at that.
Go to the county website and then they have a search box. And if you search Dogami, it'll pop up in the search kind of toward the bottom. So it's not an instant, here's where you go, here's where you find it. But here's where you go, where you can search for it, and it's there.
Excellent. Thank you.
So it does appear, I don't know if the rest of you are seeing this the way I am, that Gail is having some technical difficulties at the moment. We'll try to continue as much as we can here without her assistance. Hopefully she can rejoin us. This is the moment for public comment and input. I do want to, before we go straight into that, I want to note that, and I should have said this at the beginning of the meeting, that we've got a sort of unusual layout for today in that we've got a longer meeting, and we also have a break from 12:30 to 1. I'll try to honor that time as much as possible for us to take a lunch. And then I think with all of your permission, that we'll also try to take a break mid-afternoon just to get up and walk around and use the bathroom and such. With that, let's go to public comment and input. Is there anyone from the public who would like to speak at this time? We also, for what it's worth, we also have a public comment period at the end of the meeting, and where appropriate, if we're examining specific items, the public is welcome to comment at that time too. Is there public comment at this time?
I have a question.
Sure.
Am I officially on the Jewel LC group, or am I still public?
I think from what I understood Gail to say, you are appointed by the county to be on that group. So I think you are officially a member of that CAC.
Because there are some things I was going to comment on, and I could do it now, or one or two of them are, part of the body of what we're covering, but I could talk about them right now if you would like.
So I will say for my take, we're in a bit of a nebulous area because previously we've had appointed members of this countywide citizen advisory group include the spokespeople for the individual regional groups, the regional CACs. We haven't had a lot of occasion where we've had non-spokespeople members of those CACs come and speak to us, although that has happened, I think, a couple of times. I would say, unless there's objection from the group, I would welcome comment on the items themselves from you, Susanna, since you are a member of that CAC.
At the time they come up.
Yeah, and unless the group thinks otherwise, I think that would be fine.
Oh, well, welcome as a full member.
Thank you.
And welcome back, Gail. I see we've got two of you now, or at least on my screen, it appears that way.
All right, I'll figure that out as we go along.
Hopefully the recording just kept going. The red button stayed on, so.
Yeah, it says it's still recording. Hopefully it really is doing what it says.
Okay. So are there other comments from the public at this time? I will note that we got written comment from Pamela Matson McDonald. With no objection from the group, I'll read that comment into the record at this time. That comment is concerning the CCAC on 12/17/2020. Clatsop County must maintain wetlands. The Department of Environmental Equality, DEQ, provide essential qualifications for habitat of salmonids and require services to our area for flood control. The Columbia River Estuary Task Force, CREST, watershed organizations, and the Oregon Health Authority need to be involved to maintain the vigor of our aquatic resources, ensuring and stressing healthy water throughout the county. Clean and abundant water is a priority for this county. It influences industry, small businesses, and agriculture, which are part of a regional economy necessary for the lush cash inflow of our region. Please consider my facts. Our H2O resources are vital to the health of our area. Pamela Matson McDonald, 258 Commercial Street, Astoria, Oregon, 97103. Gail, was that the only written public comment that we got?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'll make one last call and then we'll go into cultural resources. Is there any other public comment at this time? Okay, hearing none. Our next agenda item is to return to the review of cultural resources policies. That was the discussion we had in October, that we continued a couple of items related to language around historic and archaeological sites that have some overlap with Native American sites in the county. We had public input at that time. Dave, are you also here to possibly speak to that, just so we're aware?
Yes, and I'm probably going to have to leave early. I have a work conflict that has come up, but yeah, that would be precisely why I'm here.
Okay. Well, with the indulgence of the group, if you have a work conflict, is there any objection to Dave going ahead and speaking quickly, and then he can get going? Okay, I see no objection. Dave, I assume you're familiar anyway with what we're covering. Do you want to go ahead and comment?
Yeah, I'm just generally familiar. Dick usually handles, Dick Bash, whom some of you probably know, I'm guessing, usually handles this and is more versed than I am. But our position is just that we want to, make sure we're consulted and represented and can give input on this specific issue and probably others. We'd have some things to say about I have a lot of experience dealing with ODF and setbacks on streams and all that, and I realize how contentious that issue is, depending on which side you look at it from. So that'd be something we'd want to weigh in, and anything to do with historical and Native American related issues, we want to just make sure we get a chance to comment, and that's about all I have to say about that, I think. So nothing real specific at the moment. And I appreciate you guys letting me talk.
Sure. Do you have time to answer a question or two before you take off?
Do I have time?
Yes, sir.
Sure.
So I don't know if you can see on the screen in front of us. I know it's fairly small for me, but that may be monitor specific. One of the recommendations we were chewing on last time, it's in the blue column represented here, but was around, we were wrestling with how to identify correctly and change the text that in this older version says something like Indian Karens. That's not text that we are necessarily interested in retaining, but we're looking for good terminology to use going forward. We got some encouragement from a member of the public to change that to the Chinook Indian Nation, or language around the Chinook Indian Nation for those terms. Do you have feedback on that notion?
Yeah, we would not go along with that, frankly. There's unfortunately a bit of a contentious relationship between us and the Chinook, which were historically on the north side of the river on the Washington side. They've now got land in the Warrenton area at the old treaty grounds, and are aggressively kind of pushing in and whatever, and it is what it is. But no, we don't refer to ourselves as part of that in any way, shape, or form. We refer to ourselves as Classic Nehalem, which is more historically accurate. So I mean, if they want to be represented in some way, that's fine. But we feel that this is our homeland, and we're the ones that should be the ones. So maybe this is probably going to boil down to some kind of a code thing, I would guess. Puts you guys in a difficult position, to understand how to, that it's kind of dicey ground. So I would just say, if you're going to say Chinook Nation, make sure that we're mentioned separately, and I would say and Classic Nehalem Confederated Tribes, something like that would be acceptable to us.
Okay, thank you for
Sorry
the
for
feedback
that
on
complication.
that.
Yeah.
No, nothing to be sorry about there.
Yeah.
Are there other questions from the group while we still have David on the line?
Yes,
Susanna?
I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
My impression, I live along the Nehalem, that also the Tillamook sometimes came up this far. And are they a part of the Confederated Tribes, or should they perhaps be referenced?
So the Nehalem, we call ourselves Clatsop Nehalem, and the reason we call ourselves that is historically we lived together in bilingual villages, more, in the seaside Cannon Beach area, which is the northern part of the Nehalem territory and the southern part of traditional Clatsop territory. And too long and complicated to explain too much, but Nehalem were also known as Northern Tillamook. They're the northernmost part of the Tillamook Indians, and we were like indistinguishable as separate tribes for the last several hundred years. But basically, we're bilingual and lived in mixed villages that were pretty equally populated between Nehalem and Clatsop people. My own lineage shares both Nehalem ancestors and Clatsop ancestors. So it's kind of a complicated picture. And then what happened with the Chinook is when we were all just kind of pushed off the land, and people went in different directions, and a few of us stayed around. So a lot of our people stayed in the area, Warrenton and Seaside and whatnot. And quite a few of them fled across the river just looking for a safe place to stay. And they're just Indian people were just being pushed out. And so quite a few of them went and stayed with relatives in the Chinook side and are still there. And so there's a Clatsop representation, not really a Nehalem one, but a Clatsop one with the Chinook tribe and other tribes as far north as, Seattle area. So it's a complicated thing, but the homeland is really Clatsop, pretty exclusively from north of Seaside to the river, and then from Seaside down to Tillamook Head, it was really Clatsop and Nehalem villages, and there's exceptions to that. But anyway, sorry for the diatribe.
But I guess being on the Nehalem River, which is to the east, how would you describe along the Nehalem?
That was primarily Nehalem territory. So some of my ancestors are from there. Our last hereditary chief, Joe Scoville, was Nehalem primarily ancestry, and he grew up on the Nehalem River. He grew up speaking Nehalem as his first language. He actually didn't even speak English around the house. Hard to imagine that. So much has changed in the course of a lifetime or so, but yeah, that's basically it. And a lot of that history has been, I wouldn't say it's lost. There are people who still know it, but it's hard to find, and it's kind of obscured because there's not many people alive left who really understand all of that. But yeah, Nehalem was the center of Nehalem territory, which was also, they were also called Northern Tillamooks, which is, and if that's not confusing enough, both the Grand Ronde Confederated Tribes and Siletz claim Clatsop and Nehalem as part of their membership. So it's incredibly complex, and I wish it wasn't, but it is what it is, as they say.
I would like to see perhaps, though, under Nehalem Confederated Tribes, including Northern Tillamooks, just because it may diffuse a little bit of the tension between you and the Chinooks, in that there's more delineation and laid out, and it isn't just Clatsop and Chinook. Because I know that there is could tell in the Chinook, sometimes the head of the Chinook Nation, I could tell that I could tell the tension.
Yeah, and really, it's really an unfortunate situation. We have never participated with that tension. We just kind of take the high ground and say we should be working together, and this is silly. But you're talking about Tony, and that all comes from his family, and I don't understand quite what the deal is. But I will just say that he's managed to alienate pretty much every tribe between Warm Springs, Seattle, and down to Siletz. As far as I know, without exception, he's claimed jurisdiction over all of those places, which is kind of pretty incredible. And so he has no kind words to say about us. We do not reciprocate that. We just say we should all be working together and get along, and this is silly. That's basically our position, but he keeps perpetrating that, and it seems really important to him, so we're kind of stuck with it. But
Yeah.
he's well aware. He's very knowledgeable about tribal history, but he's pushing this agenda for some reason. And unfortunately, it drags into conversations like this where it shouldn't really be.
Right. And could you write up all of your knowledge and at least have it in the County Historical Museum or yes, probably there?
Yeah, and we've done quite a bit of that already. Dick more than I, but I've written articles in the local papers and whatnot, and including the Chinook Observer, which I think got under Tony's skin a little bit. But it's just, we've tried very, very hard to make this go away and put out olive branches, and he just, it's an issue with him that he carries, and for some reason that we don't understand, he thinks it's important. So
I've got several hands I want to recognize. I saw Pat and Jim and then Jan, and we'll take in that order. Could we go with Pat first?
Thanks. Thank you, Dave, for this information and clarification on what are remaining sad results of the diaspora and people going to different places. What we could really use would be a respectful term that would be an umbrella term that an outsider could use to refer to both. And one way, I mean, what we're leaning towards is like just saying all of the tribes all together all the time. I guess, would we know about it already if there was a term that both could agree to that's broader than specifically either one?
Well, no is the short answer. And I wish I had a better one, honestly. There should be. But the situation really is that Tony insists on, for lack of a better word, I'll just say being obnoxious.
Okay, but our planning purposes, we need to get beyond personalities and get to sort of identifiers that are respectful and that can be managed in the comprehensive plan kind of language. The current term is, I believe, Indian, which is fraught as well. I guess.
Well, we're okay with being called Indians. That's fine. And most people, it's never unanimous, but most people in Indian country refer to themselves as Indians, and they refer to Indian lands as Indian country.
So it wouldn't be offensive to you for that language just to remain in there as Indian Cairns, for example?
Indian or Native American. Native American probably is the least contentious, most widely accepted term, or indigenous. Okay. Those are good words.
Good, thank you. That's very helpful.
Yeah, I'm not one, but some Indian people don't like the term Indian because of Columbus and all of that. Most don't really care, but there you go.
At this point, we're looking for least offensive, I think. Thank you very much, Dave.
I think indigenous or Native American is going to work the best.
Thank you, David. Jim, did you have a question or comment too?
Yes, actually, I'll just follow up on what Dave suggested. I suggest that we use either one of those two terms and call it good. I don't particularly have a preference over Native American or indigenous. Whatever seems to be the least offensive and the most knowledgeable for a reader is how we should go. Thank you.
And I would say Native American probably hits the bullseye the closest because everyone knows what Native American means. Indigenous, most people do, but some people might confuse that a little bit. So I would say Native American is probably the clearest to meet the need you just expressed.
Okay, thank you.
And it gets you out of the intertribal nonsense.
Jan, did you have comment? You're muted, Jan.
Here. It's rare for me to be muted. Anyway, the reason that what I've heard in the past, I think from Bobby Connor at Tamastlik from the Confederated Tribes of the Umatilla, is that the reason Indian is used is because that's the language in the federal legislation, and that's old stuff. But I agree, using Native American is probably the most direct and understandable. I've been thinking about this, obviously, and it's high time for this elderly white lady to get out of that discussion. But I did notice in the last couple of weeks, the city council in Astoria dealt with something a little similar to what we're handling. They needed to change the sign at that Fort George or Fort Astoria, a little corner at 15th and Exchange. If you know where that is, it's a replica. And they had decided that the language was outdated and they needed to rework it. And they do have a sign that's been approved now by the city council that includes both Chinook Nation and Clatsop Nahalem in the language. The way they went about that is to form a work group. The mayor himself contacted both of the tribal groups, showing appropriate respect and acceptance of their role and their primary presence in this area. I mean, how more important to land can it be than the people who have lived here for thousands of years? Anyway, they assembled a small group. John Gudenberger, who is sort of the area historian, was served as staff, and they had no particular timeline, but they met and they were able to ultimately come up with language that was acceptable to both groups. And I would suggest that rather than trying to hash this through today ourselves, that we do something similar, that we ask staff to form a small group that could include both representations, could include, I think they got direction from Rachel Stokel, who works at Fort Clatsop as, I believe, an anthropologist, maybe an archaeologist. I haven't met her, but who gave them good direction in terms of appropriate approaches and language, and really helped out John Gudenberger. And they were able to do it. And I think maybe that's a route we could go here. Let's see.
Seems good to me. Yeah, I'd leave that up to you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, John says, that he approached it with the intent that everybody would do their best because they care about the issue, and what they may not reach a perfect solution, but they would reach one that was satisfactory to everybody. And I think he was able to do that.
Yeah, and I think we're pretty happy with that, how that all came out. Yeah, so.
Okay, so Todd, I'll recognize you in just a second. I just want to note that now we've got sort of two concepts floating here. One is what Jan just described, which is creating maybe a staff-led external body to try and come up with good language for this, and then the other broadly would be using a term like Native American to broadly capture things. I just want us to sort of keep in mind that we want to choose a direction at some point, and then we can have discussion on a direction after that's motioned. But we'll go Todd and then Robert. Todd.
Yes. First off, Native American to me it includes all the tribes of the Americas, and I imagine most people would think of North America, but that would be not correct. So indigenous people of Clatsop County would be a more accurate way of describing it. And if we were going to go with what Jan is suggesting, we should probably just adopt the terminology used in that committee and say that that was a good and carefully operated way of determining what the language should be, and then we would all be using the same language. That's all.
Thank you, Todd. Robert, are you able to comment, or do you still want to? Okay.
My thought, in short, was truncating the process with a least common denominator. That if we, handing it off to another committee, I think is unnecessary. That we're not going to change the family relationships of the indigenes in the area. I have a couple of great books, but the Chinook Resilience, Heritage, and Cultural Revitalization on the Lower Columbia, and the Chinook peoples of the Lower Columbia. But it happened that they both had an editorial involvement of the Johnson family. So that's not going to change anything. I think finessing this instead of focusing on it is about as good as anything. So even though I think it's an important issue, I think it'd be great if it were something we recognize that, without even bothering to say so, and find a least common denominator that leaves a smile and a closed mouth, on some people's faces, period.
All right, thank you, Robert. So now I'm tracking 3 basic suggestions here. We could follow a motion from anyone from the group on which one to choose. Briefly, I'd present that we choose a term, possibly from the list of Native American and or Indigenous, that covers bases without being offensive. 2, that we could create a group to examine this issue, like what the city did. 3, that we could basically lift terminology from the work that the city of Astoria has already done. So what I would suggest is someone from the group make a motion along one of those 3 lines. Then we can discuss that motion and vote it up or down, and go from there. Todd?
I move we adopt the nomenclature that was developed by the city panel.
Do we happen to have that nomenclature available to us, or is it easily accessible, I assume? Jan?
I've been trying to search that Daily Historian article.
Yes, It should be public record because it was approved by their city council.
It is, it is
The-
public record. I could see if Roger can find it for me.
The only reason I ask is while I accept that as a suggestion completely, I hate for us to vote on it without knowing what language we're voting on. But
Andy, I second the motion.
thank you for the second, Cheryl. That's what I was just about to ask for. So let's have discussion on this motion briefly. Gail, are you looking for the language at the moment?
I am, yes.
Okay. Let's have discussion while we try to track that down. Anyone have argument for or against this motion to adopt the language from the city of Astoria?
The key thing that you've already said is we need to know what that language is before we can say, hey, that sounds great.
Yeah, I could agree with that. But so I've got Cheryl, Jan, Pat, Cheryl.
I'm speaking in favor of the motion. I agree with Todd's thinking that a fine group of folks have already thought their way through this. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. And I also want to thank Mr. Stowe for coming and speaking today. You were very eloquent and added quality to this discussion and knowledge to this discussion. Thank you for coming today and sharing this with us.
Thank you, Cheryl, and thank you everybody for letting us be at the table.
Thank you, Cheryl. Jan, and just a note that I see Harold put a hand up as well. So Jan, Pat, Harold, in that order.
Well, I think it's a good solution too. And in fact, I mean, my conversation with John Gudenberger, who is a very kind and gentlemanly historian, was that he spoke, he had one meeting at which the Clatsop, Nehalem were present. I think it was Dick Bash, and one meeting where Tony Johnson was present, and they discussed that. When he suggested that they have a meeting together, Tony said he would have to think about it, and then get back to him on it. And so he basically kind of went ahead with his feeling was that Tony was not opposed, but he didn't want to. Probably talking out of turn. Didn't want to go to his board and just stir things up. I suspect that if we did the work group, we would come up with much the same response and the same process. So if everybody else is comfortable, or enough of you are comfortable with taking that option, I think that's a great solution.
Okay, thanks, Jan. So Pat, before we get to you, so I can see that Gail has brought up on the screen the Daily Astorian article. Anyway, as I'm scanning through it, the language that I'm picking out that seems parallel is near the bottom of the screen now. Though feel free to correct me, but I'm seeing this language that says the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people, which is inclusive of both the tribes, but is specifically naming them, which just to note that is less inclusive of other options, though it does include both of the tribes that we've talked to directly. I've put that in the chat as my interpretation of what's coming out of this article. Am I missing, Gail, a different naming in this article that we would be pulling?
I'm skimming the article for the first time, and I haven't read it very closely, and I'm actually trying to find the complete language that was approved by the city.
Okay, thank you.
Finding that language.
Gail, is it possible for you to mute Jan, just in case their discussion keeps going? Okay, with that, I just wanted to make that aside so that maybe we had a slight direction there. Pat, you had comment.
Sure thing. I initially really liked Jan's idea of us not hammering through this and having a work group do that. I had forgotten about the city's process, and so I agree that that is the kind of thing that Jan's idea was. And it looks like it says Lower Chinook and Nehalem, Lower Chinook and Clatsop peoples. We just heard from Dave earlier about the Nehalem connection. So it looks like it may be Lower Chinook and Clatsop Nehalem peoples, tribes, whatever the word would be, if we wanted to get specific. I also heard that Native American seemed to not be unacceptable either. And so in order of the particular vote that we're having right now, I guess if we were to, I guess I would propose that we would add Nehalem, Lower Chinook and Clatsop Nehalem, if we're going to a friendly amendment or something to amend the vote to include those, I would be in favor of. If someone were to move to put in Native American, I'd be tempted as well. That's all.
Thank you, Pat. So I have a few people in order here. Harold had his hand up, and then Dave, I saw that you just raised your hand, and then Robert. Harold, are you still there? I know your video went off, but.
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm in favor of the least contentious, the broadest, and the most understandable from anyone who would want to look at all of these, published by the Astorian, what we come up with. And if Native American is acceptable, I think it would be better than creating a rabbit warren here and staying with something that's as neutral and acceptable as everybody. We have more important issues if we're going to hierarchy. This is important, I agree, because you want people to accept it. But the more plain vanilla this identification is, the more we can move ahead with things that are very plausible and maybe less contentious to discuss.
Thanks, Harold. David, and then Robert.
So I pretty much agree with Harold. You guys might be surprised to say, so the least contentious. So anything that I think of to say, I'm thinking, well, Tony's probably going to object to that, and I can't speak for him, obviously, but so Lower Chinook is a linguistic term that was used to talk about the Indian people down here, and the Clatsop language is a dialect of Lower Chinookan language, and that's where Tony gets confused about things. That's a linguistic delineation and not a tribal one, because there are differences in politics, and linguistics doesn't always represent that. So if we go that route, to Harold's point, that may rise some contention in some. I would think you guys want to be properly respectful to the Native American part of this without getting in the middle of any kind of little spitting war between Chinook and Clatsop. And I know from our side, from Clatsop Nehalem side, we don't want to perpetuate that, but we also don't want to be included with them. So maybe Native American is the least contentious, least path of resistance, lowest common denominator. I think you said that, Robert.
Yes.
Maybe that makes the most sense. We would be fine with the Lower Chinook and Clatsop from our side. You guys have to decide from your side what's the best thing, but I agree, you've got more important things to talk about than this, completely inside baseball arcane argument.
Thank you, David. Robert.
I think David's last phraseology there, we should embrace quickly without forgetting it, because there is nothing, as David knows, that pours coal oil on the process. So I'm first concurring with Harold and concurring with David, and I don't even want to raise terms that both David and I know throw fat on the fire, because we're not trying to do that.
Okay.
it is a sensitive matter that we can all hug and kiss, but we don't need to pretend that throwing in a certain expression is not going to be objectionable. We don't have to read Tony's mind. David already knows, and he's not trying to poke a stick in his eye. So that lower Chinook and Clatsop, or even just the Chinook and Clatsop people, dropping the term lower. I don't know if David thinks that does it. The Chinook and Clatsop people.
It works for us. That would be fine with us because it shows there's a separation. But Tony, and I can't speak for Tony, he'd have to speak for himself, but he wants us to be under his umbrella. That's his whole thing. So
and we're not trying to beat that to death. About on what date such and such corporation formed, because that's not the real issue.
No.
Okay. So
Can I
see.
comment?
Well, let me hold up for just a second here. I think one thing that I don't want this discussion to drag on with is just people saying similar notions to what we've already heard. Really, honestly, either that we support this language or not. I think it's more constructive and efficient, honestly, for us to go to a vote about this particular language. If you're in favor of this language, that we vote for it. If you don't like this language and want the more inclusive term, that you vote this particular one down and we go that direction.
Would you restate the motion?
I would be happy to. So Todd's motion was that we take the language from the Fort Astoria group and use that to replace language such as Indian in the original document. I think that it is accurate for us, since we have that language available to us now, to vote on the particular language that is here on your screen now, which is the lower Chinook and Clatsop people. If you wanted to amend the language like Pat suggested, to do different things, either to add Nehalem or to take away lower, that would be an amended motion. But the motion on the table, as I understand it, is to use the lower Chinook and Clatsop people for the language in the comp plan.
I move to amend the motion to state the Chinook and Clatsop people, to remove the word lower.
Is there a second for that amendment? I'm not hearing a second. So.
I'll second.
Okay. So I have a second from Cheryl. Is there discussion on the amendment to change to the Chinook and to drop lower and change the phrase to the Chinook and Clatsop people? Jan and then Todd.
I would just say that the term lower Chinook is historically more accurate, because the group above that up to not the Umpqua, anyway, that went up through Tokeland was related, but we're talking really about the lower Chinook that were sort of the Willapa Bay South. I mean, that's a terminology that's used by federal documents, for what it's worth. And there's no insult about it or anything. It's just a geographic term.
I agree with that.
Todd.
Yeah, to get us out of this, we just simply adopt the language used by the city And then the city made that choice. We just adopted that language. It's a simpler thing. Once we make one word change, it's now our language, and we then have to defend it. So I would suggest we do not pass the amendment, but leave the language exactly as it is.
Okay, thank you, Todd. Pat, did you have a comment?
Just, I agree that if we change the language at all, it kind of defeats the purpose of us finding a work group generated term that some people came to agreement with recently. I think they're both fine. I think we should stick with the language as is on the books with the city for those reasons.
Any further?
Just one quick note to that. Both, well, I know we had input on this language, and I believe that Tony did too. So that really does kind of remove you from the argument. It's not probably my place to say this, but it seems like the safest path for you guys to take to me.
A question of David, does that term lower, that is not just a linguistic term? I think someone said it was a linguistic term.
It really comes from the linguistic term of Low and Chinookan dialects, of which both Clatsop and what we're calling Chinook across the river are both considered lower Chinookan languages. And then when you get up to Warm Springs with the Wasco and all that, it's upper Chinookan. But those are linguistic terms. What Jan said is accurate in terms of how the government refers to it. And probably the least contentious thing to do is the language that's in front of us, because both Chinook and us had input on that. I know Dick made comments to that. And so I don't know how anyone could get upset about it. And that gets you guys off the hook, I would think.
You mentioned that the government did it, therefore it's great. My understanding is that the government has been at the core of the problem for 150.
Well, yeah, but that's way too big of a discussion for us to get into here. And you know, I think the points about this language having already been worked through by another group, it's got input from both Chinook and from us. I don't see how you guys can get in any hot water over that. I mean, that's not my, you're not asking me for probably for that opinion, but I guess I'd say from our side, we're fine with that language to simplify.
The bicentennial seems to be where this got crosswise, where Jan was thrown in there and started citing the importance of the advisory council, you know, that was created by the federal government and really had, you know, I think we're an intelligent group of people, and to say, well, gee, we really don't have time to think this through, so we'll sign off on what City of Astoria did. Anyway, I think you, David, and Jan are well familiar with what went on with the national park bicentennial process, and it was a revolting process.
No, it wasn't.
I think I think Jan is pointing out the essence of it. She didn't find it revolting.
Hold up. We're on the discussion of an amendment to take out the word lower. We don't need to revisit that history at this time to get to the essence of the question of whether we should take out lower or not. So the motion on the table is to amend the language to remove the word lower from the phrase the lower Chinook and Clatsop people. Is there any further discussion on that motion? Okay, let's go to a vote. I don't have video from everyone, so I'm just gonna, well, let's start with, is there objection to the motion to remove lower? Does anyone object to removing the word lower? Okay, Todd, I see your hand. So we'll go to a vote. I'll just go through by name and you can give your vote to me. I'll keep track of it that way. I think that's going to be the cleanest and quickest way to do it. Cheryl, how do you vote on the motion to amend by removing the word lower?
No on the amendment.
Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
No on the amendment.
Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
No on the amendment.
Harold Gable, how do you vote?
No on the amendment.
Todd Lundy, how do you vote?
No.
Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
No.
Robert Strickland, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, by a vote of 1 to 6, the amendment fails. So we're back to the main motion, which is in its essence anyway, to replace the existing language Indian with the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people. Is there further discussion on that motion? Okay, I'm Robert. Welcome. Do you mind introducing yourselves? We did intros earlier on, and you just didn't happen to be here at the time.
Sorry.
No worries.
My name is Robert Kenta, and I'm the Cultural Resources Director for the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians, which is a federally recognized tribe. And I also serve on elected government on the Siletz Tribal Council, have for the last 15 years. So I haven't had a chance to look at the draft documents or get all the background on your discussions, but my understanding is that there have been claims by the unrecognized group Chinook Nation that they are the only tribe to be consulted with on matters of cultural resources in Clatsop County. And our tribal council is in the process of developing a letter to the Clatsop County Planning Commission explaining those facts a lot more clearly. Both federal and state law are very clear about who is to be treated as a tribe. And in Oregon, we don't have things such as state recognized tribes. We go by the 9 federally recognized tribes in Oregon. And I heard some of the discussion about the bicentennial celebration of Lewis and Clark's escapades. And we were also included in that. We weren't granted money by the National Park Service, but we were one of the federally recognized tribes who received copies of Lewis and Clark's original journals because we are descended from tribes along the route of Lewis and Clark's journeys, including Clatsop. So I just wanted you to be aware that there is a letter coming to the Planning Commission, and I've just kind of been peripherally aware of these discussions and understand you're heading to a vote and just wanted to chime in a little bit.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you for joining us today and giving us that background. Jan.
While Robert's here, I just wanted to ask him a question. Am I correct in thinking that in any action that the county takes, say that relates, for instance, to discovery of tribal remains, they need, if it involves anything with the state or the federal government, they need to contact the closest recognized tribe, which would be the Siletz. Am I correct in thinking that?
If there's ancestral remains found anywhere in Clatsop County, whether it's on federal, state, or private lands, the Siletz and Grand Round tribes would both be contacted.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on this, on the motion to adopt the language the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people? So I have an open question, and I'm sorry to save this for the last, just no one else brought it up. So I am aware that the city of Astoria and the land that Fort Astoria was on is a specific part of the county that may not be geographically representative of the whole county. So what might be appropriate language for that plot of land might not be appropriate and inclusive of every part of our county. Are there tribes that would be in a far-flung corner of Clatsop County that would not be included in the language that we're talking about? Jan?
Just from what I've read, there was the Clatskanie in the southeast of the county, but they're pretty much, they're pretty much gone. As what I understand, probably Dave would know better than I, and certainly Bob would. But I think the language, understanding that the county is going to have to contact the Silex and the Grand Ronde on any state or federal related issues. I don't think there's anybody else that we need to include.
I saw hands from Robert and Patrick, so I'll take that order.
All right, thank you. Yeah, in the Clatskanie River region, up off of the Columbia River, there was an isolated Athabascan language stock people, the Clatskanie, and across the river on the Columbia, on the north side of the Columbia, they had a relative closely related dialect group, Qualhiokwa or something. As I don't know any of those folks or their descendants, and there's some historical information that at time of removal or just before, some of the Clatskanie people moved across the Columbia to join their Qualhiokwa, or I've never even heard it pronounced by somebody in the know about how that band name is pronounced, but there's some information that at least some of those people went north of the Columbia, joined their relatives, linguistic relatives there, and maybe a couple of individuals came to either the Siletz or Grand Ronde Reservation. I've never known anybody who claimed descendancy from that group specifically. And more or less, they seem to have kind of disappeared from history. But, at Siletz and Grand Ronde, Northwestern Oregon as a region is represented by both Siletz and Grand Ronde tribes. And also Southern Clatsop County, at least in historic times, Clatsop people were joined by Nehalem, Northern Tillamook people coming into the kind of seaside and Cannon Beach areas. And the Clatsop people pretty much abandoned use of their language and adopted Nehalem Tillamook as their spoken language pretty late in their history, into the later 1800s. They were almost exclusively Nehalem Tillamook speaking people.
Thank you, Robert. Pat?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I noted earlier, this enduring tragedy of the diaspora of the native peoples of the region, and also underscored our focus for the Clatsop, boring Clatsop County, update to the comp plan. And I was asking earlier if there's a broad term that is not objectionable, and Native American came up as something that seemed to be a term that would be the least inflammatory, but also respectful of reality. Would the Siletz have a problem if the language in the comp plan referred broadly to Native American?
I think we'd have to hear or read the whole thing and look at it a little bit more carefully. And I'm I might be able to expand what's on the screen now, but it's very small as I'm looking at it now. And
well, I'm just making it small. I'm about to vote no on this and propose that the language we use is Native American, for broadly referring to any remains or anything else we see, and then what is legally done with that Jan pointed out, that has no influence on that at all. We're looking for a respectful term that broadly encapsulates any cultural resources of the peoples that were here. And so I'm inclined to, it seemed like a good idea to put the language that Astoria noted, but given what Andy said about Astoria isn't Clatsop in the region, I'm very inclined to vote no on this and yes on Native American. And I just wanted to clarify from you that that wasn't necessarily a trigger term for the Siletz in Grand Ronde.
It should be fine. And especially as you pointed out, legally, when those situations come up about archaeology or ancestral remains, state and federal law handle those processes.
Robert, and for the rest of the group to make it clear, so what is on the screen right now is the language that was adopted by the Astoria work group, revising the sign at Fort Astoria, which was referred to in the motion that's on the table. The language in the comprehensive plan, there's three total items that are, or two policy items that are affected in 3 points of language. One is there's a specific mention of Indian cairns, which whatever language we decide here would presumably replace Indian. The other is that both of the policy items that Gail has on the screen right now make reference to consultation with the State Historic Preservation Office. And one of the encouragements that the CAC groups were making was that there's also consultation with essentially the appropriate Native American group, and we've been looking for the right language to say that. So that's the essential background. So is the right language for us in Clatsop County to say we want to consult with the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people? Is the right language to say we want to consult with Native American peoples, etc. Just to bring everyone up to date and to give shared understanding on what we're talking about here. Okay, so Robert, do you have a response to that?
Yeah, so I think the general term Native Americans would be appropriate, and we're not saying that the Chinook Nation and Clatsop Nehalem group membership do not have a stake in those discussions ethically, morally, but under the law, they are not part of that legal representation under the legislation. I did see something earlier about some of the draft language, and I think it refers only to cairns and graves. And state and federal law protect not only cairns and graves, but all archaeological resources on state, federal, and private lands. And so I think the language is kind of limiting the concern to graves and cairns, and cultural resources or archaeological sites should be the reference, in my opinion.
I will say that I don't know if you got a partial excerpt. The full line is Indian cairns, graves, and other significant archaeological resources. So it may be a little more inclusive than maybe what you got. And there's a series of policies about cultural, historic, and archaeological resources. That happens to just be one of them. There's also one more broadly about archaeological sites, just for background.
Yeah, I know how sometimes people interpret language, and significant archaeological resources, any archaeological resources should be considered significant. And so some people that go and pick through shell middens and other sites, oh, I didn't know that that was a significant archaeological resource.
I note that well. I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Yep.
So other comment on the main motion, which is replacing or adding the language, the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people as modeled after the Astoria work group. Any further discussion on that before we go to a vote? Okay, so
is going
Robert.
where? Yeah, I've lost the where this wording fits in policy.
Sure.
Policy number one.
So in policy one, we had a suggestion that the language which reads, it's after the comma near the midpoint, where it reads, the county shall consult with the State Historic Preservation Office on appropriate measures, etc., that we were going to include a reference to consultation also with the tribes in some way. So my interpretation of the main motion would be that it would read something like the county shall consult with the Lower Chinook and Clatsop people and the State Historic Preservation Office on appropriate, etc.
And that's even though policy one makes no mention to these being Indian graves. It's just, it seemed like policy one was any kind of dig, or policy two narrowed it down to Indian graves.
I think that could be an accurate reading, Robert. I will say that this is what came out of the CACs, that they were interested in having this language incorporated here. I will also note that many archaeological sites within Clatsop County will be Native American sites. There may be
there are probably more that aren't, just because as far as marked sites, because we also have a real pioneer history in the area of the Anglo-American invaders.
True enough. Gail, did you have comment on that?
Yeah, so policy one tends to deal more with archaeological sites that are already known and have been inventoried. Policy two, while it specifically cites cairns graves and other resources, is focused more on sites that are unknown sites that are uncovered during a construction type of activity. And I think that's the main difference between the two.
Any further comment on the motion? Robert?
Yes, thanks. Usually the policy discussion is around recorded sites, known sites, and then the terminology for things that are discovered during construction is inadvertent discoveries.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I think that's helpful information for staff, possibly, as they will massage some of this language too.
Can I add something?
Yeah, Susanna, and then I see a hand from Jan.
I think not only construction, but flooding can reveal things, and I don't know if that fits anywhere or not, just a comment. River flooding, like along the Nehalem.
Thanks, Susanna. Jan?
That could be inadvertent, but I was just wondering if we ought to, under policy one, include Native American. What?
Let's isolate to discussion of the motion if we can.
Okay, yes.
Are we ready to go to a vote on this motion, or is there further discussion? Okay, let's do it the same way we did last time, which is I'll go around the table and ask for your vote to utilize the language, the lower Chinook and Clatsop people where appropriate in policy 1 and policy 2, the lower Chinook and Clatsop people. Cheryl Johnson, how do you vote?
No.
Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
No.
Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
No.
Harold Gable, how do you vote?
No.
Todd Lundy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
No.
Robert Strickland, how do you vote?
With confusion, yes.
Okay. So by a vote of 2 to 5, the motion fails. We're back to an open table right now. Is there any other motion from the floor? Jim Allegria.
My motion is to use the term Native American in lieu of the term Indian in the original policy statement.
Second.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Jim to use the language Native American in lieu of Indian in the original policy statement with the second from Pat Corcoran. Is there a discussion from the floor on this motion?
You know, I think it's a very good point, because the city of Astoria is a very small confined area. They were focusing on the fort and who was specifically involved in the piece they're representing by information that's posted at that site. We are a county organization, and being countywide, we've heard from 2 Indian nations here, but there may be others that the Native American includes, and nothing is excluded in this term. So I'm very much in favor of the Native American term for us to use as a county build.
Okay, thank you, Harold. Is there further discussion from the floor on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we can proceed to a vote. Cheryl Johnson, the motion is to replace with the terminology Native American mentions of Indian in the original language. How do you vote on that motion?
Yes.
Jim Allegria, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat Corcoran, how do you vote?
Yes.
Harold Gable, how do you vote?
Yes.
Todd Lundy, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan Mitchell, how do you vote?
Yes.
Robert Strickland, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, by a vote of 7 to 0, the motion passes and Native American is adopted as the appropriate language for the document. Thank you for the discussion, everyone. I don't believe we have any other items to cover within cultural resources policies today, unless there's a motion or discussion from the floor. I believe that's what we needed to come back and ascertain was that term. So any discussion from the floor? Jan.
I'd just like to thank Bob and Dave for participating. It was really helpful.
Dave, I saw your hand up as well.
Yeah, I have to take off for that work assignment that I said I had to leave about an hour ago on.
Sure.
And good to see you, Robert. It's been too long.
Dave, I appreciate your patience and sticking with us and the input from both you and Robert. It was invaluable. We
Thank you for giving us the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Good to see you, Dave.
Yeah, you too, Robert. Okay, thanks, guys.
Thank you both. Okay, we are on to the next agenda item then, which is a review of the remaining topic 5 groundwater resources items. I believe we're up to page 9 in your packet, if I am correct on that, which is policy 8. Policy 8 underneath goal 6, water resource policies. Am I correct in that, Gail? First off, am I correct that that's where we're at?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And reminder, folks, we will take a break in an hour from now. At 12:30, we'll break for lunch for a half hour. So let's try to power through an hour worth of groundwater resources and see how far we get. So policy 8, the county shall cooperate with DEQ, State Forestry Department, State Transportation Department, and other agencies in implementing best management practices to reduce non-points pollution. The staff recommendation is to retain the policy and to update the department names. Gail, could you indicate what updates that indicates?
Yeah, so the State Transportation Department is now the Oregon Department of Transportation, and State Forestry is Oregon Department of Forestry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the clarification. We have support staff recommendation from every group except Southwest, which has tabled for discussion with goal 6 as a whole. Is there any reason, Todd, for us not, from your group's perspective, for us not to go ahead and make a recommendation at this time within this group?
I think it's fine. I think that let's stay with the staff.
Okay. Is there any other discussion from the floor? Robert?
A question pointed at Gail. This non-point pollution, is that essentially the Section 208 issue that seems like it's a half century old? You know, does that add anything to your perspective on it?
First of all, I'm not sure I quite understand your question. Second of all, I'm not sure that I know the answer to what you might be asking.
I saw way deep in the support material today a reference to Section 208, and I recall that had come up related to the Warrenton dump, and so that's all. Is there anything additional we, you know, since there is a reference in the support material down at the bottom of what's in front of us to Section 208, does that add anything to our knowledge? And I'm presuming no, it's just a peculiarity of a term that still is used a half century after Clean Water Act started. You know, it still comes up in current planning as to keeping the lower Skepanon clean. It's one of those Section 208 issues. It also happened on the East Fork of the Neocoxie when the country club was trying to shift something. Actually, they were making it a point source pollution issue inadvertently, of where their effluent flowed into the East Fork of the Neocoxie. If it came through a pipe, that was a point source, not to be confused with non-point pollution, which I think this is talking about. This is talking about reduced non-point solution. And it's a little esoteric, but if something comes out of a pipe into the same water body, it's point source. If it doesn't come through a pipe, but is from the same pollution, it's non-point. And it's a silly point, but that's what all of our wise heads are talking about here, is this absurdity of if you scatter herbicides somewhere and it flows off into a stream, that's non-point. But if you channel it through a pipe, it's point source.
Well,
and I think bias, but and Gail has nothing to add, and I don't have anything more than that to add, except it's a curiosity of what non-point and point is.
Well, I think that non-point's a good expression to use because it's very general and inclusive of that kind of contamination that can enter in a nebulous way. You can't point to, there it is, it's flowing out of a pipe, or it's coming down this ditch into the water body. It's getting there, but nobody knows exactly how, or they know that it's very diffuse. So I would stick with non-point and feel very good about it, because it doesn't make any judgment about a finer detail of what sort of non-point. It includes all non-point.
Okay. Thank you for your input, Mr. Farrar. Robert, thank you. So I'm going to treat this in a different way than I've been asking for motions from the floor, just to expedite some things today. Unless there's objection from you all, I'm going to take these items where it says support staff recommendation, etc. I'm going to take a motion coming out of committee on those items. So that means we've just got support staff recommendation motion coming from these committees. I'll ask you if there's objection to that, and if there's not, we can move forward. Does that, I'll ask first, does that sound okay, and is that understandable to everyone? Okay, I see thumbs from everybody I can see on screen. So for this one, policy 8, the county shall cooperate with DEQ, State Forestry Department, State Transportation Department, and other agencies in implementing best management practices to reduce non-point pollution, with the addendum that staff will update the department names as appropriate for ODF and ODOT. The recommendation from Clatsop Plains is to support staff recommendation. Without objection, we can move that forward. Is there any objection to moving that forward? Okay, hearing none, we will support staff recommendation out of Clatsop Plains. And policy 9 will be our next point. Policy 9, the county shall recommend that state agencies regulate the issuance of water rights so as to ensure that the total water rights of a stream bed do not exceed the minimum stream flow. Staff comment on this item is that the county can only encourage or recommend. There is no way to enforce this policy as it's not within the county's jurisdiction, and the staff recommendation therefore is to remove this policy. It looks as though all of the CACs supported the staff recommendation, with the exception of Southwest CAC, which tabled that for discussion with Goal 6. I'll ask Todd again, is there any reason for us not to hold a vote on this while it is tabled for discussion within Southwest?
No, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? Pat? Oh, Pat, you're muted.
There we go. Okay, I found it. I think what I'm reading in this is some of that goal language that last meeting we talked about at the beginning, that water quality is good and kind of these broader statements. As long as that notion that minimum water is good or something like that is in that initial kind of goal policy statement, I'm perfectly fine with supporting the staff recommendation to get rid of that.
Okay, thank you for that feedback, Pat. Any other comments from the floor? Okay, so I'm going to I'll just take Northeast this time. I'll rotate around to spread credit. Northeast Committee recommendation was to support the staff recommendation, so we'll take that as a motion on the floor. Is there any objection to the Northeast Committee's recommendation that we support staff recommendation? Any objections? Okay, seeing or hearing none, we will support staff recommendation on that one as well for policy 9. So we'll move on to the policy items under goal 7, which is high groundwater and or compressible soils policies. Policy 1, the county shall recognize the development limitations of lands with high groundwater and compressible soils during its planning process. The staff comment is regulations regarding compressible soils are currently included in the code. Staff recommendation is to retain the policy. It looks like all groups have, all CACs have supported staff recommendation except for Southwest, which has tabled it. Todd?
Yeah, go ahead.
Actually, I may ask in advance. This seems true for this situation is parallel for all of Goal 7 anyway.
Yes.
Do you know of any reason why we should delay a vote here for input from Southwest?
No, nor do I know any reason to delay it for any of them. So
Okay.
you don't need to keep asking.
Okay, thank you, sir. So any discussion from staff on this item, Goal 7, Policy 1?
No discussion from staff.
Okay, any discussion from the rest of the group? Any objection to us forwarding the, let's see, Elsie Jewell CAC recommendation that we support staff recommendation? I see and hear no objection, so we will take Elsie Jewell's motion that we support staff recommendation. Okay, so Policy 2. It is recommended that in all areas identified as having a high groundwater level, DEQ conduct a winter water check before issuing any septic tank permits. The staff comment is the Environmental Health Division of the county's Public Health Department administers on-site wastewater program per information from Public Health. This policy predates the use of soils to determine water table levels, redox, pH, that is Public Health, only does this on a case-by-case basis and is usually resolved by installing a curtain or by just denying the site. Therefore, staff recommendation is to remove policy. Gail, do you have comment on this one?
No comment, thank you.
Okay, so it looks like all CACs that had a recommendation support the staff recommendation. Is there comment on Policy 2 from this group? Okay, seeing or hearing none. Lewis and Clark have forwarded a motion to support staff recommendation. Is there any objection to the motion from Lewis and Clark to support staff recommendation on Policy 2? Okay, hearing none, we will support staff recommendation. Thank you all. Okay, so Goal 7, Policy 5. The county shall update its compressible soils and high water table maps as detailed soils information becomes available. The staff comment is maps are not regularly updated in-house, but information is available on the internet from National Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, and other sources. DLCD requires county to adopt a date-specific map. So staff recommendation is therefore to revise the policy to read, quote, the county shall review its compressible soils and high water table maps every 2 years and adopt updated maps if new information has become available, period, unquote. From the CACs, all CACs that weighed in supported staff recommendation. Any comment from staff that is not captured here? Okay. Any comment from the group, members of the group? Okay, seeing none. Clatsop Plains forwards the motion that we support staff recommendation. Is there any objection to supporting staff recommendation? Okay, so hearing no objection, the motion from Clatsop Plains carries, and we will support staff recommendation on Goal 7, Policy 5. Are you guys tired of hearing my voice yet? Goal 10, Policy 3, promote the accommodation of growth within I should clarify that Goal 10 is population policies. So we're reading the groundwater item from population policies, Goal 10. Policy 3. Promote the accommodation of growth within areas where it will have minimal negative impacts on the county's environment and natural resources. The staff recommendation is short and sweet: to retain the policy. All of the CACs supported the staff recommendation. Is there any objection to us supporting staff recommendation and retaining this policy? Seeing or hearing none, staff recommendation is upheld. Goal 11, general public facilities policies. So policy 6 in goal 11 is Clatsop County should work with state agencies to conduct a study of the Nat Creek aquifer to determine the potential to provide a water source for residents of the area. The staff comment slash recommendation was that staff was unable to determine why this policy was needed and included in the countywide comp plan. It is recommended that we move this policy to the Northeast Community Plan. It looks like all the CACs have, I believe effectively all of the CACs have supported staff recommendation. The note for Northeast CAC does say delete the policy from the countywide comp plan and the Northeast Community Plan. Cheryl, do you want to speak to, it sounds like Northeast just found that this was unnecessary entirely. Is that the correct reading of your comment or Northeast's comment?
Yeah, when we talked about this, we didn't have any knowledge of a potential water source from Nat Creek, and we felt okay to just delete it altogether. If somebody else has differing information, speak up.
I made
Chris?
some comments on this at some point in the past, and I can't remember how that was delivered. But the main issue for me was that the name Nat Creek Aquifer implies that that's a recognized aquifer, and I doubt very much that it is. I think it's more using a geographic name for a general group of rock units that probably do in fact have quite a bit of water and are aquifers. But using the name Nat Creek Aquifer implies that it's a recognized entity, that it's a recognized hydrogeologic feature. And unless we can point to something that actually has that name and its extent is defined both laterally and with depth, that it seems like it should be removed. I think a groundwater study in general could be a goal to encourage that a study be done to better understand the overall water resources of any particular area. So it's just the name itself that I kind of was worried about.
Okay, is there any other discussion from the group on this item? So in this case, we have two different recommendations coming out of CACs. One is to support the staff recommendation, and that is to move this from the countywide comp plan to the Northeast. The other coming out of the Northeast group is to delete it altogether. Is there a motion from the floor as to which way we should proceed? Cheryl, I saw you come off mute.
Northeast is fine to go with support staff recommendation, and then we would be in line with everyone else.
Okay. Is there any objection to the motion from Northeast CAC to now support staff recommendation on Goal 11, Policy 6? Any objection to that? Okay, so hearing none, staff recommendation is supported. Thank you all for discussion there. On to Goal 14. Goal 14 is policies and district agreements. This is an unnumbered policy. Is that correct, Gail? That this one does not have a number? Do we need to assign it a number, or does it matter? I haven't read ahead in Goal 14 to know how this fits in.
I'd have to double check that, but that was the only policy under this particular set of policies. So,
Okay,
so
all right.
numbering it is fine.
Okay, so the policy from Policies and District Agreements, Goal 14, plans providing for the transition from rural to urban land should take into consideration as to a major determination the carrying capacity of the air, land, and the water resources of the planning area. The land conservation and development actions provided for by such plans should not exceed the carrying capacity of such resources. The staff recommendation is to retain this policy. It looks like all CACs have supported the staff recommendation. Is there comment from the group on this item? I see Pat, you have your hand up, and then Jan. Let's go with Pat first.
Okay, I guess a question for staff. I mean, is this language strong enough? I mean, providing the transition from rural to urban should take into consideration as to a major determination the carrying capacity, which so we have no measurement of the carrying capacity to take a major determination of when we transfer. Is there clearer language about conversion of rural lands outside, I guess, UGBs?
There's nothing that staff itself has drafted. There may be other examples in other counties' plans. One of the concerns that I have is that when this policy was drafted 40 years ago, and we are looking at it with 40 years of hindsight, we really don't have a good grasp on what the capacity is right now, the carrying capacity is, especially for water, to be able to support conversion of lands.
And so this goes back to like my critique of maximize to optimize. Is this okay policy language to have it be so unobtainium? I mean, so much, a major determination is being put on the exceeding the carrying capacity with 40 years of lack of demonstration of knowing what that is. I mean, if it's just an aspirational policy, I'm okay with it, but I'd be surprised if there wasn't sharper language being more clear about conversion of that kind of land.
Jan.
My question also had to do with the terminology. I can see maybe a way to figure out water capacity or suitability for septic systems or that kind of thing, but I really don't know how you get to carrying capacity of air and land. And I again, like Patrick, I agree with the aspirational tone, but I'm just wondering how staff would go through and defend something with this kind of language.
Robert, and then back to Pat.
Just briefly, yesterday I had a short drive along 101, you know, where there was a new roadside for a new development, and I was thinking of the carrying capacity. Well, I guess we know we reached the limit when we hit gridlock. You know, and it really wasn't any more intelligent than that. It was just that here was this, you know, we'll keep adding cars until the traffic comes to a halt. You know, and then we'll know we've reached the limit, but we're sure as hell not going to think ahead, you know, because I think we've already made it clear that the ODOT cannot use lack of capacity as a way to stop development. You know, anyway, period.
Well, I agree with that. I guess at a minimum, I'm wondering if it would be more expedited to say plans providing for the transition from rural land to urban land shall not exceed carrying capacity of the air, land, and water resources of the planning area. And then the onus would be on the person seeking to make that conversion to identify what the carrying capacity is and how that conversion would not exceed it. So could put the onus on the person who wants to change it.
Jim, I saw a hand up, but I wanted to ask a quick question. Gail, in current implementation of this policy, how does the county analyze the carrying capacity of air, land, and water resources?
Okay, so really, I can only speak to the time that I've been here, which is approaching 3 years now. We haven't done a conversion of rural land to urban use, so the issue really hasn't come up where staff has had to figure out a way to do this. So, I mean, one thing we would look at is we would probably go to ODOT's traffic counts and look at that. In terms of how to measure carrying capacity of the air, I wouldn't at this point know how to sort that and look for that or determine how it what it means. You know, we're looking at pollution levels or what. And with the water resources, I mean, the only thing that I could do is if that issue came up would be, first of all, start with probably the Water Resources Department and talk to them. But one of the items that has come up recently, obviously with Clatsop Plains area in particular, is the lack of water capacity at this point, because Warrenton has literally shut off its taps to us at this time, while they struggle with their own capacity issues. So that, I mean, that would really be the way we would approach it. We would approach the supplier of water and look to that entity to really let us know if there is capacity available.
Okay, thank you. Let's go Jim and then Robert.
Well, maybe we should look at it in terms of tweaking the language a little bit. I would suggest plans providing for the transition from rural to urban land should take into account the quality and quantity of air, land, and water resources of the planning area. I know the term significantly is not being defined, but in some cases it's a little more subjective, but that might help out a little bit. I'm throwing that out there, not as a proposal, but as a discussion point.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Robert?
Short comment. I think it was within the past month that the mayor of Warrenton kind of matter-of-factly propounded that Clatsop Plains was the obvious area for Warrenton's growth. You know, it was just stated as kind of, hey, everybody knows this is how Warrenton will grow down Clatsop Plains. So I'm thinking that, you know, while there could be some narrow thinking of, holy shit, our neighbors in government have kind of the opposite perspective, that this is the place to grow, and we all know that growth is number one. Anyway, period. It's just odd, but it's a live, real topic in the powers that be in one of the state's geographically largest cities, the fair town of Warrenton.
Thanks, Robert. Jan?
I'm just wondering if we can make the language more specific. I've been here long enough and worked early on with ODOT back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they actually were an active presence here, and they did follow They did give you information and support on carrying capacity, and traffic systems are the things where there's information and there's a system of judging just how impacted state highways are. I would like to, rather than just doing air, water, and land, put in transportation systems, because there is a carrying capacity system there. The trouble is that ODOT has been so emasculated by the state legislature that they really won't take a position and support it anymore. So staff kind of has to be out there on their own, but you can at least build a case from traffic counts, and along 101 that certainly is viable. But I just don't, I think there needs to be more specific language these days for staff to have a handle on it. And unfortunately, I don't, as somebody who used to deal with being a land use planner, you can't rely on your politically, for your county commission to hold the developers' feet to the fire in terms of building a case for their own project that takes into realities of the other people who live in the county already.
Sorry about my chuckle there, Janet. Just as soon as you mentioned the county commissioners, one of them logged on.
Hey, Andy, quick
Yes,
point
Chris.
from Chris here. I agree with what Jan was just talking about. I think maybe break transportation out, because the carrying capacity of land includes an awful lot, and it's not just roads and traffic. That's a whole separate issue, and to pull it out and make it a point is a good idea, so that it doesn't just get glossed over in the implementation of this stuff. But I wanted to also suggest that for the carrying capacity of air, that term doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I mean, we're not really going to run out of air here. It's kind of a world resource. It gets polluted. I think the statement about air should be more that whatever change in land use is done, that it's done in a way where it can be shown that the air quality will not be reduced to a level that's outside the standards set by the state or some other specific entity, and make it an air quality issue, particulate matter or chemicals, volatiles in the atmosphere, whatever it might be. But the air shouldn't, I don't think, be referred to as carrying capacity.
Todd?
Yeah, I just think we ought to stay with more aspirational terminology. Once we start digging into all the details, we get bogged down. And secondly, we're going beyond what we really should be doing, it seems to me.
Okay, so I want to restate here because we've got sort of, I would say broadly at least two, well, let's say two. We've had some rewording suggested by Pat and Jim. We've had the addition of transportation advised by Jan. We have yet to have a motion formally on any of those items. So I'm looking to the floor. What we've got right now is all of the CACs have supported the staff recommendation to retain this policy. Is it the desire of this board for us to recommend a change to any language here? Jim.
Well, I'll float my idea in terms of a motion to change the existing language in this policy to refer to plans providing the transition from rural to urban land use should take into account the quality and quantity of the air, land, and water resources of the planning area. As an aside, I see the transportation as a second policy. We got to go one motion at a time.
And I'll second that motion.
Gail,
I'm
did you?
sorry. Could you repeat the motion, Jim, please? I'm sorry.
Thank you, Gail. I was hoping we could get.
Plans providing for the transition from rural to urban land use should take into account the quality and quantity of air, land, and water resources of the planning area, and continue on from there.
So this, just to be clear, the second sentence you would retain as is?
No, actually. No, actually, I would drop it.
Okay, so so amendments to the first sentence and deletion of the second, correct? Okay. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay, Pat seconds. Gail, were you able to take that language down?
Yeah, give me.
Sure.
Andy, can we use the chat box to put proposed language in?
Yeah, I actually think that's my preference if it's possible. Jim, is that a possibility for you to type your sentence in?
Okay, I put it in, but it does. Oops. Yeah, it doesn't show the strike through underline.
Okay.
It just shows the fine. It doesn't take out things.
Okay, that ends up. I apologize. That makes it a little confusing for me to read through, only because it's all there. Thank you.
Right.
So let me try to read through that and make sure that that's capturing the motion. So the motion would be to amend the policy to read: plans providing for the transition from rural to urban land use should take into account the quality and quantity of the land, or excuse me, of the air, land, and water resources of the planning area, period. We have struck the second sentence altogether. Does that capture the motion, Jim, accurately?
Yeah, the only thing is the quality and or quantity. That way there, you don't have to try to measure the quantity of the air.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. And Pat, does your second stand given that you see the text in front of you now?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Is there discussion on this motion? Jan?
I just have a question of staff. To me, this is something that staff would use to refer to when they are evaluating a development proposal. Is it specific enough? Does it carry, does it help you is really my question in evaluating or approving or denying, recommending denying a project? Is it?
I don't think, Jan, that it would either hurt or help. It's going to be one of many things, and a lot of times, from my preference point as a director, it's sometimes beneficial to have a little bit looser language in your comprehensive plan that has a little bit of give and take for interpretation. But the real nuts and bolts will come when we get to the development standards, where we actually want to have very specific standards that are very clear and objective. So I'm happy with the proposal as it stands.
Okay, thanks.
Gail,
was that as it stands before the motion, or you are okay with the motion that we're considering?
No. Sorry, thanks for the clarification, Patrick. No, I'm happy with the motion as it stands.
Gail, I just want staff feedback as far as, so one of the pieces of language that is dropped here is the change from account, or the change to account from consideration as to a major determination. Does that change? What's the effect of that change in your mind?
Well, as I would read it and interpret it, the way it's written now with the major determination language, I would say that that would be the overriding criteria that you would look at to make your decision. I would look at the way that it's proposed to be written, is that it's one of many, but not the topmost.
Okay, thank you.
That's interesting, because that would be sort of the opposite of what I thought, and what I thought that the language was going to tighten it up. So this is great to get staff perspective. It's hard to know what's most useful in terms of scale. So do I understand, Gail, that the way what you're retain the policy that it was originally written, it is flexible enough and also prioritizes major determination even better than what the language we're considering? So you like the original?
I'm happy with either one, Patrick. I will admit I'm not 100% comfortable parsing these things out and making the major interpretation, or making an interpretation as to how I would interpret it in the future just on the fly like this. It makes me a little uncomfortable because I'm trying to run the technology, type the policy, and analyze what's being written at the same time. And I'm not a good multitasker.
But I think in general, the notion was to raise these values in the consideration of such a land transformation. And I think that's what our aspiration, I'm sure that's what Jim's aspiration is. I see him nodding as well. If you as staff think that we're maybe narrowing it down with good intention, but not good outcome, I'd like to hear that. I think I might be asking you the same question again.
Yeah, and I don't think, again, with a caveat that I'm a little wary of, parsing this out right at this moment. But the way I would read it, I would still look at it as it's a strong policy, and it gets to where we want to be, in that this is one policy that will be taken in context with several other policies, dozens of policies, and throughout the comp plan when a development comes in. And so this is only one of many that's going to have to be complied with, even if it doesn't meet, and especially if it doesn't meet this lower bar. Right there, that's going to put a development, I won't say into trouble, but it raises issues. So if they can't even meet this low bar, whether or not it's the top criteria that determines it or just one of several, it's still got to meet all the criteria. So again, I'm still happy with the motion that's made and the revisions that are proposed. I'm happy with the original policy. I'm fine either way. I think either one will work and achieve what we're trying to achieve.
Gail, just clarifying question there. When you're saying they've still got to meet the other policies, you're talking, say, goal 6 policies or something like that it's going to have to meet.
Yeah, so when a development comes in, we go through all 18 goals, we look at all the relevant policies, and they need to meet all of those policies. So
okay.
Okay.
Thank you. Jim, I saw your hand there.
Yeah, my objective was really to clarify the existing policy, because the term carrying capacity, as we've discussed, is really nonsensical when it applies to some of the resources. It wasn't really to change the intent, but to clarify the intent. And if that doesn't work, then I'll withdraw my motion.
I don't know. Again, I like the motion. I think it accomplishes everything that the original wording is trying to do. It just doesn't make it the top overarching criteria, which is how I would read the existing policy. Again, staff supports the proposed motion.
But still, okay, so what I'm also hearing you say is it was stronger before when it said to a major determination in terms of staff. And I think I'm putting words in Jim's mouth, but I think in addition to clarify, he was aiming for that high bar. And we're now losing that to a major determination in the language that we're voting on. I too, like Jim, would unsecond it if I thought that the staff in the future would be losing some leverage by eliminating that to a major determination language. Are we making just too much of a distinction without a difference?
I would personally say yes, but it's at the discretion of the committee members.
So I dislike doing this in my role as chair, but in the case of this motion, I feel like I need to speak up. I think the deletion of the second sentence means that we now have a statement that we need to take into account these items. We need to think about the quality and quantity of these resources. It no longer tells us what we need to do with that or what our goal is. And in the previous statement, it said we need to look at these and make a determination based on whether they would exceed the carrying capacity, which we may agree as a group is a strange thing for us to ask in some of these items. But the current statement just says we need to take into account these things. And we could say we take into account that there is too little water here and it looks great, because we don't have the follow-up statement to say we need to do something with that information to ensure that it stays within some bounds. So I will say I just want to register a concern with the language as proposed.
Andy?
Yeah, Harold.
Stepping back from this a little bit, the title of this whole section is Groundwater Resources Existing Policies. And it doesn't say anything until we get down in about the air and the land. Yes, they're tangential, but I'm thinking, maybe it is getting too restrictive because this is beyond what the main heading is. And maybe this is, better combined, as Gail said, with the other policies, but then this one should stand alone on what it's supposed to cover. And maybe I'm nitpicking here, but if they need to say no, maybe you can come up with some other things than say no, rather than wrap a policy that is specific about groundwater, as the first word out is, and what you're including for your consideration.
So I will note, Harold, that while our session today is about groundwater resources, this policy happens to be taken out of the Goal 14 policies and district agreements section. So that's why it's inclusive of those other items, is that Goal 14 is not groundwater exclusive. Our discussion today is groundwater exclusive. That happens to be bringing in something else.
All right. Okay.
Is there further discussion on the motion on the table? Pat?
I'm kind of hoping that it fails.
Todd?
Yeah, I'm seeing it the same way. I would suggest we vote the motion, the amendment, this motion down and go with the existing policy.
Jim?
I propose to demote the policy and retain the existing policy.
Okay, so while I appreciate that, since we've got a motion and a second, it belongs to the committee now. So I get the sense from you all. Let's just go to a vote and we'll likely dispose of this is my sense. Cheryl, how do you vote? Oh, so to restate the motion is to delete the second sentence of Goal 14 policy and replace consideration as to a major determination, the carrying capacity, with the language account for the quality of and or quantity of the air, land, and water resources of the planning area. I don't think I communicated that effectively, but hopefully the screen does it better than I do. Cheryl, how do you vote on the motion?
Vote no. Vote no.
Okay. Jim, how do you vote on the motion?
No.
Pat, how do you vote on the motion?
No.
Harold, how do you vote on the motion?
No.
Todd, how do you vote on the motion?
No.
Jan, how do you vote on the motion?
No.
Robert, how do you vote on the motion?
Nay.
Okay, by a vote of 0-7, the motion fails. So we're back to let's advance a motion out of the committee. I think we're on Southwest now. Southwest CAC was moved to support the staff recommendation. Is there objection to supporting the staff recommendation? Okay, so I hear no objection to supporting the staff recommendation for Goal 14 policy. So we will support staff recommendation at this time. Thank you for the discussion there. I think it's useful to have the discussion and at least give a sense of where we're at, even if we didn't end up changing the language. Hopefully, if this comes up in Gail's tenure, she will retain the motivation of the group. Okay, so now we're moving on to Goal 18. Goal 18 is beaches and dunes policies. I'll note we only have 7 minutes by my clock until lunchtime, so just be aware of that I'll call for a break sometime soon. So Goal 18, Policy 6, land use actions, i.e. comprehensive plan changes, zone changes, subdivisions and partitions, plan development, conditional use permits shall be reviewed by the Planning Commission or the Department of Planning and Development so that the proposed activities will not result in the drawdown of the groundwater supply, which could lead to any or all of the following. A, the loss of stabilizing vegetation. B, the loss of water quality. C, salt water intrusion into the water supply. D, result in the permanent drawdown of the dune lakes. The staff recommendation for this policy 6 is to retain the policy. 4 out of the 5 CACs supported staff recommendation. The Lewis and Clark supported staff recommendation with the caveat that they changed the department name to community development, which I believe is a reflection of the modern department name. Is that accurate, Gail?
That's correct.
And does staff have any issue with updating that language?
No.
Okay. Is there any feedback or discussion from the group on this item, Goal 18, Policy 6?
So do we,
Todd?
we approve it as written, or do we make an amendment in it right now to pick up the change of title for that department?
So how I would do this one, or how I was planning to do this one, was I've been forwarding motion of recommendation from different groups. In this case, I would forward the recommendation from Lewis and Clark, which is to support staff recommendation with the change of department name. So let's try that. The motion from Lewis and Clark, CAC, was to support staff recommendation with the change of the department name from Department of Planning and Development to Community Development. Is there any objection to that motion coming out of Lewis and Clark? Okay, I'm not hearing objection. So Lewis and Clark's recommendation moves forward. Thank you all for that. So it looks like goal 18 has 2 recommended actions. Gail, could you review for us what the difference in this case between a policy and a recommended action is, or these terms of art that we or the public should know about?
Could Gail silence HG?
Yeah, hold on.
Getting a lot of noise from them.
Okay, so in my head, I don't see really a difference between a policy and a recommended action. It's not a term of art that I am familiar with, and I don't know what the thought was 40 years ago when they used this terminology.
Okay, thank you for the background. Fair enough. I guess we can cross the bridge of keeping that name or not when we come to it. So let's read goal 18, recommended action 1, to avoid desiccation of the groundwater, lakes, and encroachment of seawater, a water management program which is consistent with the water budget equation for the Clatsop Plains should be developed. The county should request technical and financial assistance from state and federal agencies in evaluating water development potentials. The staff comment and recommendation for this item is it's not clear whether the 208 water study referenced here and the Clatsop Plains or Clatsop Plain Community Plan sufficed to satisfy this policy. Staff recommends moving the policy to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. It appears that all of the CACs have supported staff recommendation with no caveat. Is there feedback or discussion from this board on recommended action 1? Robert?
My vocabulary has slipped. How do you desiccate groundwater?
Dries out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure. That must mean like when your water table goes down, then the upper layers dry out, and that might be kind of a symptom of the deeper problem.
I think that they're kind of mixing up the terminology a little bit there. They're talking not really about groundwater. It's kind of like groundwater, but it's not. If it's a lake, it's surface water. The lake is fed by groundwater, and a lot of those lakes in the dunes are like windows into the groundwater system. And so what happens in the groundwater system is seen really quickly in those lakes. It's I can't think of a better way than to just call them windows into the system, but it's a little confusing talking about a groundwater lake, because groundwater is under the ground. You can't see it until it comes out of a well or something. So I think the wording should be changed, but I'm not real good at coming up with wording on the fly. So maybe the intent is clear enough there. And the desiccation, I think, is like what Pat was saying. It's just a drying up of the water body as the groundwater level is pulled down in the aquifer. And that could really happen. And those other things, seawater intrusion and so on, could also happen. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
So we have staff recommendations supported to move this policy to Clatsop Plains Community Plan. I might take one of these motions with the friendly notion that cleaning up the language around desiccation of groundwater lakes might be desirable in that moving process. Jim, do you have comment on the motion to support staff recommendation?
Yes, I do support the staff recommendation, along with a comment of making it a policy. The very first phrase is a justification to the real policy, which begins at the second clause, a water management program which is consistent with water budget equations but a Clatsop Plains should be developed. That's the policy. But overall, and making some necessary changes to make this more of a policy rather than a recommended action. But with that, I agree of moving it to the Clatsop Plains area.
Okay, is Robert?
The dropping of the water, yeah, I'm agreeing with Chris that what you're really seeing is the water table. You know, when you look out and you see the water, that's the actual water table on Clatsop Plains in that particular location. It doesn't have a hell of a lot to do with seawater encroachment. You know, those are so any kind of a linkage that by drying up, you know, turning this water table into a handful of dust somehow encourages seawater encroachment is a pretty distant stretch. You know, all this is happening at an elevation above sea level. You know, anything that you're seeing out there is way above sea level. So you're not having saltwater encroachment as an automatic matter of turning our dune lakes into powder.
Mm-hmm.
I think there are some odd mental constructs that I'm hesitant to see just handed off to the Clatsop Plains plan, because they have a elemental non-sensibility to them. If Clatsop Plains wants to do it, yeah, but as far as happily taking a handoff from the countywide, I'm sorry to see that happen.
Okay, so Chris, before you inject,
I'd like to say something about the
Chris, before you inject here. So our agenda is calling for us to recess at 3 minutes ago now, and I don't think we're going to get through this discussion quickly, is my sense. I think we may have some language to talk about ultimately. So I'd like to ask you to hold your comment, and for us, if there's no objection from the committee, for us to recess for a half hour so that we can take our lunch in accordance with our agenda. Is that permissible for the group? That we put this discussion on recommended action 1 on hold for a little bit, and we'll come back to it immediately after the break. Okay, so I now have 12:34 by my clock. I'll come back at 1:04, so 30 minutes break as suggested by our schedule, and we'll pick up again in 30 minutes.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. So welcome back, everyone. I want to note that we are now returning to discussion on the beaches and dunes policies for Goal 18 and the recommended action 1, which was the recommended action that started with to avoid desiccation of the groundwater, lakes, and encroachment of seawater. We were having some discussion about whether to move that to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan and or amend some language, etc. along those lines. Chris Farrar, I cut you off for us to go to lunch recess. I want to see if you're still on the line and see if you still remember what you're about to comment before I rudely interrupted you.
I'm still here, and it's surprising that I actually can remember half hour ago. But I agree with the concept of moving this probably to the Clatsop Plains. But just to speak to the issue about seawater intrusion, actually, anytime you work with extracting water from a natural groundwater system that's in a coastal zone, very often those freshwater aquifers are either riding on top of a saltwater wedge that actually intrudes under the beach and into the land some distance, depending on what the geology is. And in many cases, the groundwater system, the freshwater groundwater, discharges out to the ocean. Sometimes it can be out even miles out, where it comes out into the ocean. And there's a balance there. And as you remove the head on the groundwater system, if you pumped a lot of groundwater for a big project or something and lowered the groundwater level, you're taking pressure that it's exerting on the saltwater wedge that wants to come inland. And as you do that, the saltwater will intrude. So it's a real thing that happens, and it's especially a problem where you have very permeable formations such as sand formations, either consolidated or unconsolidated, cemented or uncemented in varying degrees. But the fact is, yeah, lowering the fresh groundwater levels in areas even miles from the coast can cause seawater to come on land a little further. It'll still be below ground, and it'll be under that freshwater lens that's trying to go out to the ocean. So it's an interplay there. Anyway, I want to make people aware of that, and it's something this county should be well aware of when big projects using groundwater are proposed.
Thank you, Chris. So as I recall our discussion, and just trying to move us back into the same vein, not trying to force you guys to go in one direction or another, but we've got our staff recommendation to move this policy to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. We have had discussion at this point a bit about the first portion of the sentence, to avoid desiccation of the groundwater lakes and encroachment of seawater, and whether or not that merits some revision from this group or recommendation that it be revised by staff, etc. We can go any direction you all want, but I would be looking for either a motion from the floor that we could discuss, or if you don't want to make a motion, then I'll go back to the group recommendations, which are just to move this to the Clatsop
Andy,
Plains.
could you put the screen share back up of the text that we're looking at?
Okay, I'm sorry, Todd. Just a moment,
Thanks,
please.
Todd. Jan, I see your hand up.
I don't know whether to put this in the form of a motion or not, but I would suggest that the language be like the second sentence be moved to the front to make it more into a policy statement, and then that staff include the beginning sentence as a follow-up, which this explains why you're recommending it.
To seek clarity on that, because I think this has been stated a couple of times with different intents. When you say move the second sentence forward, do you mean the portion of the first sentence after the comma, or do you mean the actual second sentence?
I'd say the county, I don't know, the county should request technical and financial assistance from state and federal agencies in evaluating water development potentials. Ought to be the beginning of the policy statement. And then the first sentence, which explains why, can be reworked to follow it.
Okay, thank you for clarification there. So I'm going to take that as a motion so we can discuss it properly. The motion is that we amend recommended action 1 so that the second sentence is now the first sentence. The existing first sentence be reworked by staff, and then added as the afterword to the second sentence.
And maybe it's a shall instead of should.
Okay, do you know, Gail, question on the shall, do you know of any reason why we can't have a shall in this instance?
The only example that immediately pops into my head would be if for some reason the assistants required some sort of financial match from the county and we weren't in a position to provide that financial match, then potentially we might not be able to apply.
Okay, then should.
Okay, so we'll take away that shall change. Is there a second for that motion? Is there a second for the motion to put sentence 2 in the front and with slight revisions, put sentence 1 after?
Yeah,
Todd?
yeah, my second.
Okay, Todd seconds. Discussion of this. I should be doing this more regularly, but Jan, since it's your proposal, do you want to represent the for opinion?
Yes.
I mean, that's your chance to speak in defense of your proposal.
Well, it just seems to me that this ought to become a policy and not an action, and that changing the wording may put into a policy framework.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone who wants to speak in opposition to this proposal? Cheryl?
I just have a question. Does the new wording mean that it would be a countywide one, or are we still recommending moving it to Clatsop Plains? I just wasn't clear on that.
I don't know that the recommendation spoke to that, so we might handle that one separately from the rewording. That would be my take anyway. Any further discussion on this one? Robert?
I've lost track of it. Is this still for Chris to rework the desiccation of the groundwater lakes? I know that's not his phraseology, but he might be the one to stick with how he would have rephrased it in his sophomore year.
So, Chris, do you have immediate feedback on that? We could certainly take an amendment to provide specific language here, or the way I took and proposed and represented Jan's proposal was that that we would not be advising specific language, but allowing staff to revise that a bit. But
yeah, I think it'd be great if staff could tweak that a little bit, reword it to say something more like making it clear that these lakes are understood to be very closely associated with groundwater discharge, or that they're groundwater supported lakes. They're not like some wetlands that collect water on high tides or things like that. These are different. They're kind of non-point source groundwater discharge areas that support these kind of lakes, or it could rise up right from the bottom of the lake, which is probably really what's going on. But yeah, if you could just get away from the idea of mixing two different parts of the system, surface water and groundwater together, but make it clear that the one is supported from the reservoir of the other. The groundwater is the reservoir. The lake is just a little spot of land where it happens to emerge and you can see the water.
You have that, Gail?
Actually, I was going to ask if Chris could write out some language for staff, because I'm not sure that we have the technical knowledge to make sure we get it correct.
Yeah, I can definitely do that.
Okay, thank you.
In chat right now?
Not necessarily, because I wouldn't want to be put in that position, but.
Sure, thank you.
But I could send it out to anybody that wants to look at it and argue over it if they want. Maybe Robert would be a good one for that.
So with that, with the understanding that Chris is going to provide some clarifying language to staff, I've put the reordered passage into the chat, but then we would assume that there'll be some change to the now beginning of the second line according to the motion. So is there discussion on the reordered proposed language? I think we did get a second from the floor. Am I correct in that? Oh, was it Todd? Yeah. Okay. So if there's no more discussion, let's move to a vote on this. So let's see if we can get this through without objection. Is there any objection to the motion to reorder the sentences and to get clarifying language for the beginning of what would now be the second sentence from Mr. Farrar and staff to revise that first portion of the sentence? Is there objection to this language moving forward? Okay, so I'm hearing no objection to that language. So I think, Chris, we appreciate your help with this and staff to tidy up that language a bit. Now we have a second question about what to do with this recommended action. So there's two items that have come up for discussion. It's up to the group. Do you want to confront either of these items? The first item is moving this to the Clatsop Plains section. Second item that's come up for discussion is whether or not this should be a recommended action or a policy. So any notions from the group about what we should do on either or neither of those items? Todd, I see your hand, and then Robert.
Yeah, just to get the ball rolling, I move that we change this to a policy. It seems that that's more appropriate.
Is there a second for the motion to change this to a policy? Thank you, Robert. Let's see, is there any objection to us changing this to a policy instead of a recommended action? Okay, easy peasy. That one goes through. It'll be a policy. Any motions about where this should exist? Should it be here in beaches and dunes policies, or should we move it to Clatsop Plains?
I move that this policy be moved to the Clatsop Plains community plan.
Thank you, Robert. Is there a second for that motion? Jan seconds. So Robert has moved that now the renamed recommended action, which will be a policy, be moved to the Clatsop Plains community plan. We have a second. Is there discussion of moving this to Clatsop Plains? Is there any objection to moving this to Clatsop?
I have a question. Our question is, we have beaches all the way down the county, and is there a possibility that this kind of an issue could come up in Seaside or in Warrenton or anywhere else? Probably not likely down at our end, but so should this therefore even be related to the Clatsop Plains area alone?
Does Clatsop Plains go all the way to the crab broiler?
Let me look.
Okay.
Can I maybe rephrase Todd's question for my interest anyway, which is, so the existing recommended action does specifically name this recommended action as something for Clatsop Plains, is this a generalizable policy that we should have for the rest of the coastal bordering parts of the county?
Okay, so the map shows the extent of the Clatsop Plains planning area. Obviously, the cities of Warrenton, Gearhart, and Seaside are carved out as their own incorporated areas.
Does anyone have feedback on whether this is needed for, say, the section south of Clatsop Plains in the county?
Well, without any extensive knowledge, and I'm assuming there isn't a whole lot of detailed knowledge at any point along the coast what the groundwater system is like, you know, it would be prudent to consider the possibility that there could be groundwater intrusion at any place along the coast there. There'd be some areas, once you looked at it carefully, that you could see that the geology was such it wouldn't be a problem, but it would be important to protect groundwater reservoirs or groundwater resources from contamination from seawater intrusion wherever it might occur in the county. And in a lot of places you could write it off as, well, we don't have to worry about that. But in other areas that we don't know about right now as we sit here, there very well could be a situation. But it takes a, you know, an extraction process. You have to be using groundwater in order to be the problem, but that's what we're talking about here, development. So I would think it'd be good to have it as a countywide measure. You may specifically want to talk about the lakes that are so common to Clatsop Plains. That's kind of unique. But in terms of the groundwater reservoir itself, that's not unique.
Thank you, Mr. Farrar. Pat?
I guess I understand the importance of the groundwater to all parts of the county for sure. But is this beaches and dunes in the section of Goal 18? I think the dune systems are particularly unique and certainly worthy of particular policy considerations. And so, not to diminish the water quality or flow from anywhere else, but I think the dunes part of Clatsop Plains and the beaches and dunes is key.
Okay. Thank you, Patrick, for that clarification. I got to,
because water quality and water availability we'll be looking at in different places, right? I see this as sort of a highlighting a particularly unique dune ecosystem. Does that square maybe with staff?
yeah, I think given that it's in Goal 18, I think that's an accurate read. And Goal 18 being beaches and dunes. I got a private message to just let folks on the phone know that they need to press *6 to unmute if they want to talk. Any further discussion? So my recollection is the motion that we have on the table is to move this to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. We've sort of been discussing some things on the periphery of that. Is there any further discussion on that motion to moving this to the Clatsop Plains Community? And Harold, we're getting some background noise on your line. Is it possible for you to mute? Thank you. Okay, I'm not seeing any more discussion. So is there any objection to the motion to move this policy to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan? Any objection to that? Todd?
I think since it does pertain to groundwater as well as dunes, we should leave it as part of a county policy and not just the Clatsop Plain policy.
Okay, I will note, as sort of Patrick just alluded to, though we could certainly all go to a vote now, but this does exist in the beaches and dunes policy, not in a policy unique to groundwater. You know, we've been reviewing all the groundwater related things. This is one of those items where it's groundwater related, but it falls inside of a goal that is not exclusive to groundwater. It's more concerned with beaches and dunes. So that may indeed point us to a reason why this is a Clatsop Plains specific seeming policy within that goal section.
And also a place like Falcon Cove will have groundwater policies and considerations in this as well. This is in addition to, as I understand it.
Mm-hmm. I think that's correct.
Satisfied.
Okay, so let's go to a vote quickly on this one. So the motion is to move this policy, which is the renamed Recommended Action 1, to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. Cheryl Johnson, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim Allegria, how do you vote? I think that was a yes, but I didn't actually hear you. Okay, I got a nod. I'm hoping your audio comes back. I'm not getting you right now for some reason, Jim. Pat Corcoran?
Yes.
Todd Lundy?
Yes.
Okay. Harold Gable, are you?
Yes.
Okay. Jan Mitchell?
Yes.
Thank you. Robert Strickland?
Yes.
Thank you. So I have a vote of 7-0 to move this renamed Recommended Action policy to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. Any more motions on Recommended Action 1, or are we ready to go to Recommended Action 2? Jim, do you want to test your audio? I see you've got your headphones off. I'll start with the reading of Recommended Action 2. So again, this is out of Beaches and Dunes Policies, Goal 18. Recommended Action 2, the county, in cooperation with other local jurisdictions, should consider a cost-benefit comparison of developing the Clatsop Plains aquifer as a water source with other sources of water supply. Staff comment and recommendation was that staff was unable to verify whether a cost-benefit analysis was completed, recommending moving this policy to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. It looks like when the CACs weighed in, they all supported this staff recommendation. Is there discussion on Recommended Action 2? Jan?
I'm just wondering if this is necessary, actually.
Could I ask maybe, can we have staff feedback on whether this is a necessary item? I know that's a bit of conjecture, but.
Yeah, I think there actually was some discussion at perhaps the Clatsop Plains CAC meeting, and Robert might remember as well. But there was discussion about whether or not this was even appropriate any longer, just because we're trying to protect the aquifer and not promote overuse of the aquifer. And so looking to combine it with other sources and continue to draw on it as a water supply for the further development of the area, I think came up as a question. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Are there discussion? Commissioner Webb?
Can I interrupt for a minute?
Sure.
May I make a comment? It appears that because we are truly in a crisis in Clatsop Plains right now, I mean, we are getting ready to take some pretty aggressive action. in that area. But this Clatsop Plains is not the only place in the county where pending and wanted development wants to increase in the absence of adequate groundwater. I would love to see this group, please not I don't mean intentionally, but not imply in this document that it's only Clatsop Plains where this is an issue, because it's an issue in probably half a dozen areas in the county. And so I would just encourage this group to kind of recognize that and make sure that we don't, just because we lack knowledge, which is to me a very serious concern throughout the county, that we don't understand the infrastructure of water. And I don't mean human infrastructure. I mean, we don't understand the patterns of water in this county. And because of our topography, it's going to be very expensive for us to dedicate the kind of resources we need to understand these issues. And so I would just encourage this group to tell you that when this hits the commission level, this is an issue that I will push really hard about, not limiting these issues to just certain places. So that's just my input. I'll go back to being invisible and quiet.
Commissioner, and then I'll get Patrick and Robert. I do want to remind you and members of the public and this committee, this is, again, this particular policy, I think it's specific to Clatsop Plains in part because this is the beaches and dunes resources section of Goal 18, and Goal 6 and 7 deal with water resources and high groundwater resources throughout the county. So they have much more generalizable language and intent than this particular section does, which is just about the beaches and dunes section. So that's what I would at least advise as far as maybe the reason why this language is so specific in this instance. Not that they're disregarding it throughout.
But my point is that we don't know, especially listening to the previous conversation. Even our wonderful scientific experts here can't comment because they simply, simply don't know. And we have more, it's 25% of the perimeter of our county is beaches and dunes. And so it would actually kind of surprise me if it were limited to Clatsop Plains. And these are issues that to me are very, very important for us to get a handle on. So that's okay. So, now I really am.
Okay, but so to be clear then, beaches and dunes as an ecosystem would be considered, but something as distinct as, say, a Falcon Cove example that, speaking for Ted maybe, it would be different. That would not be considered in the beaches and dunes section of the plan. But you would argue more than Clatsop Plains, but not
because we don't know. Mm-hmm. Because we don't know. I think that's.
Well, what we do know that there, the differences between beaches versus uplands versus different kinds of places, and they all, what you're bringing up is, what Ted was bringing up, the importance of getting a handle on water, how it flows in all of the diverse areas of the county, which is huge. So we need to definitely make sure that in this comp plan document, that is one of these overriding themes. And the unique ecological areas need special consideration. And I was arguing earlier that beaches and dunes here described as Clatsop Plains, which I would concede there are more beaches than that, and maybe we should consider it. But that area is a planning unit, and it seemed not to go forgotten that Clatsop Plains was looked at as a place to focus on water. I guess it's equally elsewhere, I guess. But help me out, Andy, a little bit in terms of my underlying point that everybody has is we have to get a handle on water. And this one is about beaches and dunes. Can you be too specific, or what does this suggest as far as process? Maybe help with Gail, from Gail too.
Okay, so the county actually has a beach and dune overlay, which is that area in pink. And you'll see that it's centered on the Clatsop Plains. There is nothing down in the south area. It's just that Clatsop Plains area.
So it's a term referring to the planning unit more than the ecology of beaches and dunes.
Okay.
But that begs the question, should it be? Yeah.
Probably in this particular instance with the recommended actions, I think it was specifically drafted to address issues in the Clatsop Plains. So there's nothing that would prevent us from moving this particular language specifically to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan. But as part of our meeting today, we do have a new policy section for groundwater, which is our next table that we'll be reviewing. And that would be the place to start addressing some of these other issues and making them more generic and applicable to the entire coastline of the county.
So we could adopt this particular language for the Clatsop Plains, and then when we come up with new policies, we could say in those beach and dune areas outside of the Clatsop Plains, fill in the blank. Would that be a proper procedure?
Yes.
I'm with that one.
Thanks, Matt. Robert, you had your hand up. Maybe Robert is frozen.
Can I comment?
Yeah, go ahead. Since Robert seems to be frozen, Susanna, go ahead.
It's a very different topography along the Nehalem River, but I know that in the dry summer months, people's springs and aquifers, drinking water supplies can be very compromised. So I want to add, be sure that the Nehalem area is looked at when we take on this subject countywide. That's all.
Okay, thank you, Susanna. Jim.
I may be a little confused here, but I don't see why we just can't eliminate any reference to the Clatsop Plains Community Plan and just have it generic to the Beaches and Dunes policy, which it's under Goal 18, which is where we are. And if we do that, then it's not restricted to Clatsop Plains, but is restricted to anything that's considered dunes and beaches, and leave it at that.
Can I ask a generalized question of you, Jim? So on the previous recommended action, which specifically took note of seawater intrusion, it seemed to me that that was something that was specifically applicable to a beaches and dunes topography. This particular one, honestly, I don't even read anything in it that seems specific to beaches and dunes, except for the fact that it's Clatsop Plains. You know, it's just saying you need to do a cost benefit analysis if you're going to develop an aquifer to see what the other aquifers are offering as alternative. That's my reading of this recommended action. I don't know why we wouldn't just put it in Goal 6, for example, for any aquifer. This is a point of discussion, but.
It is. No, I think that's a good point. If Clatsop Plains is more than just the beaches and dunes, and I agree with you that then I'm going to change what I just suggested, because I was making an implicit connection between beaches and dunes and Clatsop Plains, and that's incorrect. So I do agree that it should be brought out of the beaches and dunes and put into the Clatsop Plains specifically. And the previous action sounds like that's really more of a beaches and dunes and not a Clatsop Plains issue.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thanks, Jim. Robert, I see you're back now, and then Jan.
I will count on you, Andy, to drawing the coherency as to where this fits in, but I'm noting that the city of Gearhart, when they cut loose from the Warrenton water system and created their own well system, I will say I was extremely surprised that it worked, just from the expectation that the abrasive sand was going to rip to shreds their pump system. So instead, I'm just saying I will be interested, not for the reason of boosting county's population by sucking down the Clatsop Plains aquifer, but what the experience of the city of Gearhart has been, because they're in an identical situation to what this is talking about, using the same aquifer, pumping it out, and what the economics have been in preference to drawing down from the Lewis and Clark Valley. And again, you can rein it in, but they have experience. I expected it to fail within 6 months, and apparently it's still going strong. Period.
Andy?
Yes, Harold.
I think I can comment on that, Bob. Basically, what we put in were 14 wells. 2 of them were absolutely dry. They've been taken out. Everything's been done. The revetment's taken care of there. We still have to, for 3 months, and sometimes it's only 2, but 3 months in summer, get water from Warrenton for our supply because of the dealings with the aquifer. We had a 1-stage pump instead of a multi-stage pump that was originally designed. That was corrected here just less than 2 years ago. So it's a multi-stage pump because we have a lot of people that have vacant houses for a good period of the year. With a 1-stage pump, the water and the qualities of additives that are done, it sits there and it becomes higher than the amount you want to have in potable water going forward. So there are some entanglements that still deal with that water system, but it's taken care of only because we can, and LUBA has insisted that this never be changed, or I can't say never, but not changed, that Gearhart has to be able to get their water from Warrenton, and it will always go forward because of the situation we have, that the wells were not placed in the aquifer initially. 2 of them weren't, and the rest of the pumps suffered during the other parts of the year. So just a little background on that.
I have a couple of points. I don't know if we're in order here. Should I speak, Andy? This is Chris.
Well, so I think we're, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, especially Robert, but I think we're verging into other policy territory outside of how to dispense with recommended action 2, maybe even the policy territory we should discuss in the new policies and things. But I'm hesitant to go too far adrift on this one. Unless, Robert, do you have a specific action that you were thinking that we would take related to this one?
I do not think, as a Clatsop Plains item or a county one, that we should consider a cost-benefit comparison of developing the aquifer compared to other sources. I think they are just vastly higher priority things to consider, like how best to kill the elk on Clatsop Plains.
All right.
I got to make one statement here about groundwater. It's a resource, and if it's properly managed, there's nothing wrong with having a well field that supplies all the water to a community. But you do need to study it so that you don't just deplete it and mine the the resource. But a properly run system, a proper use of the resource, it can last for thousands of years. But it does take care and a desire to do it right. So I would not discourage groundwater development at all. I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Jan?
I'm just wondering if cost benefit analysis is the proper terminology to use for a study that evaluates the quantity of water, the the impact on the environment, et cetera. I mean, that's an old terminology, and I don't know if there's anything better, but I wonder if staff would like to write some more specificity into it.
So I'll piggyback on that, only to say that we've talked about policy earlier about analyzing carrying capacity. Cost benefit comparison, I would assume, is financial. That's what I think of as cost benefit analysis exclusively. You could do it in terms of natural resources, but if it's not stating a specific kind of cost benefit analysis, I would assume they're talking that. Is there a reason for us to, in this section, Gail, think that we're asking the county to do something non-financial in this capacity?
My reading of it would be an economic comparison. And I would toss the question out, and I don't know the answer, but 40 years ago, were they considering perhaps desalination and looking at other types of water supplies so that knowing that the aquifer was a finite resource?
Okay.
That's what it looks like to me, for sure. Like it was a defensive move 40 years ago because there was a threat, and it seems like it's an archaic language chunk from back then, and maybe could be jettisoned.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so I think we've had some discussion around this. Do we want to have a motion from the floor about, do we want to support staff recommendation and keep this? Do we want to jettison this? Do we want to change language? Do we want to consider this in other sections of the plan? What's your determination here, folks? Robert?
Working at it backwards, perhaps. I don't sense a groundswell of interest in considering reverse osmosis technology. So I don't think it's really, we're wondering how can we get more cheap water, or how can we take the last drops out of the Lewis and Clark River. I'm not expecting this had to do with environmental damage or really about what are our technological choices for, turning sewage into good drinking water. It just seems like it came out of an era when we were envisioning Clatsop Plains being the only area for booming home construction. And of course, we don't think that way nowadays.
Thank you.
Can I move to delete the action?
So there's a motion on the floor to delete recommended action 2. Is there a second for that motion?
I second it.
Okay, so Pat has moved and Jim seconded to delete recommended action. I just want to make sure with staff, we're not running afoul of anything or creating a big problem by deleting recommended action 2.
Yeah, I do not foresee any issues with deleting that policy or that action.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, given cost benefit analysis hasn't happened for 40 years that we know of, I can't imagine the world will fall apart. Is there any discussion on deletion of recommended action 2? Cheryl? Oh, so you came off mute. No discussion. Robert.
By saying we don't want to calculate the benefit of having the aquifer, can we still justify protecting the aquifer? You know, if economics are the #1 issue for the new county commission, can we do we dare diminish our focus on protecting it?
I think we're going to have that overarching statement, the aspirational statement that leads into the policies that would certainly reflect that language. That's my expectation.
Mm-hmm. Jim?
I'm not sure if at the right now is the proper time, but it seems like what needs to happen is a comprehensive study of the groundwater within the beaches and dune area, and what is the replenishing rate. In other words, what capacity can we draw upon it before we start to get saltwater encroachment or some other type of deleterious effect. Now, I don't know where that comes in. I'd like to hear from Chris on this, if that would be a prudent next step, because talking about any kind of development potential or no development really boils down to the adequacy of the aquifer.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Robert?
To Jim, is that as simple an equation as estimated rainfall and maybe then cutting that by half just to be conservative? And you know, so that's the replenishment rate is going to be at least 3 feet of rain, 4 feet of rain times the acreage of the plains.
That would be
I defer to Chris on that.
It's quite a bit more complicated than that. You could try to use some rule of thumb, and actually a good rule of thumb for a lot of areas is that about half of the water that falls as rain leaves the area as evapotranspiration, and about the other half goes out as surface water flow in the streams, which then you say, well, where does groundwater get its cut? Well, it gets a very small percentage generally to recharge the system in an undeveloped area. But as you develop an aquifer and the groundwater system is affected, the hydraulic gradients can change, and the groundwater system begins to take a little more water that ordinarily went to the streams. And so now the stream flow is cut. So it's a water budget, and it would take a study to do it right. And I think the county should consider that when there's going to be a development that's going to involve a considerable use of water, even if it's agricultural, but certainly if it's a big housing development or something, that there ought to be some kind of requirement for them to do a groundwater study and show that the amount that they're going to use is a sustainable system. Otherwise, in the future, they may run short, or they may affect streams in bad ways. Anyway, that's it.
Pat?
And maybe a way to get started on that, or a motivation, is to wonder, with increasing sea level, the pressure gradient of salt water pushing in will be greater the more the sea level rises. So that complicates the calculation quite a bit. So we've got a complicated county with lots of complicated things. The main theme I'm hearing through all of this is the need for studies of some level and expense on all of the areas of the county and the groundwater, with particular attention to the nuances in each geographic location. But I think right now on this vote about the cost benefit study, this just doesn't seem like anything useful in here. Understanding that this far more important issue will come up like pretty quick, like in the new policy section, which is coming up right next. Yeah.
Yep. Jan, did you have a comment? I saw a finger there.
I was just supporting Patrick. I think we need a more a stronger statement, and we need to require new development to carry its own costs.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so returning to discussion about this particular motion, the motion on the table is to delete or strike recommended action 2. Is there further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, let's just have a quick vote on this one. The motion is to delete recommended action 2. Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how do you vote?
Yes.
Todd, how do you vote?
Abstain.
Okay. Harold, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Robert, how do you vote?
Yes.
Okay, so vote of 6-0 with 1 abstention. The motion passes, so we will strike recommended action 2. Okay, so that allows us to go to the, yes, sir.
In response to a passing bit of wisdom from Jan Mitchell, effectively that development should pay for its own system development charges. You know, that has been something that has been antithetical to policies for decades. And I think I'd love seeing it as a policy, is, you know, basically placing the burden of system development charges on development.
Yeah.
You know, and instead of it saying that, gee, then it'll be unaffordable, so we need to have everybody pay for somebody's development. So I just didn't want to gloss over Jan's wise slip of the tongue.
I might suggest we're about to run into our string of new policy suggestions. I don't believe that that's one of them, but it might be worth tacking on at the end if you want staff to try and come. There are many that say staff to prepare draft language. That might be a thing to add if you as a group want to see that happen. Okay, so Gail, thank you for bringing up table 2. This is groundwater resources in new policies worksheet. Each of the groups, with the exception of Southwest, has sent some recommendations forward, plus there is some staff recommendation on page 2 of this section of the worksheet as well. I'm open to sort of suggestions about how to move through this if you don't like mine. Gail?
Okay, if I could suggest, you'll notice that this table is formatted a little different than the ones you've seen in the past, and I did that deliberately just because I felt it was this is a place where everybody's laying out their new issues and ideas to come forward over the next 20 years. And I felt that perhaps maybe we didn't need to review what every other group had proposed other than to make sure we're not duplicating, but not to necessarily weigh in with a motion and say, yes, we support this other planning area's recommendation. And I would really recommend that as the countywide, you really concentrate on coming up with your own issues that you would like to see policies for in the comprehensive plan over the next 20 years.
Okay, fair enough. So it is your preference for us to, do you even want us to have a reading of these policies, or do you want us to move to things like what Jan just was talking about and just put forward our own proposals exclusively?
I would prefer the latter, but if the board feels that they want to review every other CAC's suggestions for new policies, which will come back to you again, that's certainly your prerogative.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, I see your hand up.
Good. I was thinking in the same direction as Gail. A lot of these are it's staff to prepare draft policy language, so there really isn't anything there for us to discuss. What I would like to do is at the end of page 2, countywide CAC, under the purple, that one is near and dear to my heart, and I would like to suggest that we go to that one first. And then I have a policy that Gail referred to when she sent out news this week that I would like to suggest, and we can pop that in whenever we want. And I will put it in the chat also. So whenever you want to tuck that one in.
Okay, thanks, Cheryl. So my suggestion might be that if there is an objection from the group about us skipping over the CAC recommendations, we can go ahead and move down to the countywide section and start discussing there. And then Cheryl, after we do the first one, maybe you can add your second one. But is there objection from the group about passing over the CAC recommendations? Jim?
I have more of a recommendation than an objection. I would recommend that the staff look through these, since there are some overlap, pull the overlaps out, and maybe even make a first stab at a draft policy that's county-wide, and leave the specific ones that are specific to a particular area as within that area. Like I see fire, I see wildfire, I see recharge rates, water, for instance. Those are the kinds of things that are in more than one. And that would be my suggestion, is look for commonalities and pull those out and make them countywide, and then massage what a area specific to make it look maybe more like a policy, or questions if the staff has questions.
Thanks, Jim. Okay, so not hearing any necessary objection to us continuing to the countywide CAC section, and it does look like the staff recommendations section, for what it's worth, does maybe combine some of the wildfire issues already. So the first suggestion under countywide CAC is communication and coordination of groundwater resources for watersheds providing drinking water to municipalities or rural communities. The county is available to facilitate, in conjunction with applicable water districts, a dialogue between key landowners and the community upon the request of both parties. So that's the proposed draft language on that item. Is there feedback from the group on this item? Is it a good idea, or are we supportive of that broadly?
Yeah, that language is actually from your last meeting.
Thanks, Gail.
Yeah, that's language that I actually proposed.
Are there any additional refinements or things we want to add at this time?
I'd like to comment.
Susanna, right before you said that, I saw a hand from Cheryl. I'll go to her and then come to you, okay?
Okay.
Cheryl?
I think this language is really important, and one of the things that we talk about at Northeast CAC, and then we talk about briefly as a group, is that oftentimes Forest Practices Act and local watersheds are in conflict over uses of water, and we end up defaulting to the Forest Practices Act, which in numerous examples has not always done right by the local land use folks who are getting their water from there. So, and because the county cannot overrule or be in conflict with Forest Practices Act. We need to be looking at other ways to solve these problems, other ways to move forward. I like the wording on this. I think it's very important. I wholeheartedly support this.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Is there other feedback from the group on this item? Or are we happy with it? Oh, Susanna, sorry. Yeah.
Yes. I think what came up into the Jewel LC meeting last time was because the Forest Practices Act doesn't deal with non-forest lands right against water, like along the Nehalem River, and I'm sure in other places in the county where there are home occupation, might be forestry related, might be other things that are very close to water bodies and wetlands, that contamination can come off of those residences, businesses, and that was a big concern for our group out here. And I'm sure it's a problem in the rest of the county in some places.
Thanks, Susanna.
Oh, and just one added thing to that. I would love so that people don't have a lawn manicured down to the edge of the waterway that they've built on, that somewhere in development plans that there has to be a riparian management area on residential lands that are abutting waterways. And that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Any other comments from the group on this item? Okay, so let us, sort of following Gail's recommendation, that with the knowledge that staff will work on language and things for these, we might move down to the next one, which I've got it small on my screen. I think that's probably Cheryl's language you've got in there, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's also available in the chat. The suggested policy from Cheryl, that Clatsop County recognizes Oregon's climate change adaptation framework and climate equity blueprint, and will develop strategies to implement and integrate the framework and blueprint into the planning process for water resources. Cheryl, you brought this forward. Would you like to speak to it briefly?
Sure, and Andy, just process-wise, do you want a motion and a vote from us to accept the previous one on watersheds providing drinking water and having the county facilitate difficulties?
I'm open to feedback from the group. I was treating this a little bit more congenially based on the opening discussion from Gail, but we can certainly do motions. Maybe that was just specific to not needing to motion on the other CAC groups. Gail, do you have a feeling on that?
Yeah, so because these are drafts that we're working on and they will come back as we actually put together a draft with the background text and everything else, I don't know that it's necessary to make a motion because everything will go into the written draft that staff prepares, and then it's going to come back, and then at that time it's going to be up to everyone to make recommendations about what should remain and what should not be taken out.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Is that satisfactory for you, Cheryl?
Sure.
Okay, so would you like to speak to your presented language for the climate change issues?
Yeah, and on this one, this is what Gail sent out to you earlier in the week. I don't know if any of you had time to take a peek at it. And I am not the expert on Oregon's climate change adaptation framework, but I became aware of it recently and did a little bit of reading on it. And in my eternal challenge to not reinvent wheels, when the state of Oregon is working on climate change frameworks and then a draft blueprint, it just seems to make sense that we would roll in with them and coordinate. So, and the wording on this again is just suggested. So it suggests that Clatsop County recognizes the climate change adaptation framework and the blueprint. So they're sort of two partners there. And if you got to read the timeline, the whole thing is in process. August to November of 2020 is when they were drafting it. And then and from October to November is when they were drafting the equity blueprint. And theoretically, it was to be presented in December, but that was obviously this timeline was written pre-COVID. So I don't know where they are in the timeline now. And then it just suggests that the county will develop strategies to implement and integrate the framework and the blueprint into our planning process for water resources. And this framework is certainly not limited to water resources, but I became aware of it when we were in this goal 5. And so a lot of it obviously is water. So that's why I thought that maybe we could address it at this point.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Is there feedback from the group on this proposal? Pat?
Yes, Cheryl, I wholeheartedly agree. This is a great document. I was involved a little bit on the very beginning part of it, and it then was taken over by the state. And it's something that's probably not going to go away. It seems like it's a living thing. They've been doing workshops and modifications kind of forever, and that's a good thing. The only thing I would say is sometimes these things can get bogged down where the bar gets lowered at that state level. I would like to see affirming the goals of those and strategies, but in some way not limit the county to what would be in the blueprint, for example. So we just want some wiggle room where that would be a minimum bar rather than a maximum.
Okay, thank you, Patrick. Susanna, I see you're off mute. Is that did you want to make a comment on this? Oh, okay. Harold, I see you're off mute.
Yes. Susanna mentioned the impact of forest practices, and I'm looking at the first words here, and I'm not a practicing litigator, but when it says watersheds provide drinking water, and I'm thinking, well, forests do that too. And so if there's something where actually there can be the division between forests being forests and drinking water being actually the potable stuff produced by groundwater, rain, aquifers, whatever, that may be something that makes it a little clearer in definition so that they're not combined or overlapped and cohabitate and lead to more problems rather than solutions.
Gail, do you think that's possible to integrate into the thinking for the previous item?
Well, I think it's something to consider in the wording. That's what I'm saying, is so that we can separate where we get it, because it's just a point of clarity, because the words are going to matter. Every one of these things, since this is a highly charged area, it's going to be growing as we go. We're not going to be able to really rely on sea level increases or global warming for a particular site to be able to extrapolate on. So we might as well deal with what we've got, which are the resources here. Awful lot of timber, a lot of water stored in there from various sources or aquifers that haven't been discovered. And yet what we're trying to do here with available water for the potability. So if there's something that we could do that makes this a schism between deciding, is it going to be forest or is it going to be open land and water available? That's all.
On that topic of watersheds, I wasn't exactly clear. Literally every point of ground in the county is in one watershed or another. A watershed isn't just a certain little narrow band along a stream course or around a lake. It's from ridge top to ridge top, and it encloses an area where any water following upon that land discharges out past a certain point, and that's what constitutes a watershed. So talking about watersheds that provide drinking water is talking about the whole thing, all the way to the ridgetop. So the forest is in there, the fields are in there, the airports, everything's in there. So I think it's fine the way that's worded for watersheds providing drinking water. There are watersheds in undeveloped areas that aren't being used for any drinking water. And so it's not an issue yet. But as those become needed for human water supply, then maybe it will become an issue.
So I want to be cognizant of, while we didn't have a specific motion on the language of that last section, discussion was intended to have moved on to the climate change proposal that Cheryl had brought forward. That's part of, Harold, why I asked Gail if she could take that into consideration with the language, because I think that's valuable input. But ultimately, I sort of want to get feedback on the climate change related proposal that Cheryl put forward, which is both in the chat and on the shared screen at the moment. Jim?
Yeah, on the climate change, you know, I'm in full agreement of trying to include something in there, but as you pointed out, Cheryl, since it's a draft, we do need to be a little careful. I like Patrick's recommendation of putting something in that won't change. My suggestion on that level would be we could look at guidance at the national and even at the IPCC level, the International Panel on Climate Change, to see if we could get something that the state will have to tier to, because they're not going to come out with anything that's, or they shouldn't come out with something that's contrary to higher level policy statements. So that would be a suggestion that we or maybe the staff could look into to help formalize something like that. I'd be willing to participate in that, so that's sort of in my area. That's it.
Thanks, Jim. Any other feedback or additions, changes to the suggested language from Cheryl? Any objection to it? Todd?
I definitely don't object, but I want to take Jim up on his offer to work with staff to and Cheryl to get the wording right so that higher levels of responsibility or authority can be incorporated into it.
Thanks, Todd.
Can I
Jan.
comment?
I've got a hand up from Jan, and then I'll go to you, Susanna.
Okay.
Maybe working with Jim, it could come up with something that's that says something like Clatsop County supports goals found in the whatever and recognizes the Oregon climate change adaptation framework and so on. So we get goals that we can support mentioned, and Jim and staff will know where the best ones are.
Thanks, Jan. Susanna?
Well, I like the idea of going to the international groups because the big corporate timber companies, the big timber ones, have so controlled the Forest Practices Act, and all our ridge tops that start our water supplies, as Chris said, they're all in those big corporation timberlands, and I don't think the Forest Practices Act really protects them well. So going past the state, I think, might actually help us. And I can't see chat because I haven't figured out GoToMeeting yet. I follow on the, what was sent out on the meeting, but I can't see chat and things. And where is can you put a link to, or is there already a link to that climate change, the groups that are working on that you've been referencing?
You can find, so the Department of Land Conservation and Development has the Oregon Climate Change Adaptation Framework as a section on their website. So if you Google that phrase, the Oregon's Climate Change Adaptation Framework, I feel pretty confident that you will find what Cheryl's referring to here.
Oregon Climate Change Adaptation
Framework.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. Cheryl.
And Gail sent us an email just a day or two ago that mentioned this and had the link in it. So there it is. Perfect. That's beautiful. Or if it's easier for her to go back and just find that email and pop on the link.
Thanks, Cheryl. I just want to give my 2 cents, Jim. I think that it's great that you volunteer to help out with language and providing solid goals from a reliable, finalized source of some kind. I think that one of the things that Pat said earlier, which was referring to the work that's already been done in draft form by the DLCD group, resonates a bit with me, in part because while I recognize the work of the IPCC and think it's valuable, I think that having relatively local voice, authority, whatever, from the state carries a different sort of weight for some groups around here who might be more willing to disregard the IPCC out of hand. So I just encourage the inclusion of both if possible, honestly.
Yes, no, I agree completely. It's just that it's a draft form. That was my only concern. Other than that, if it were finalized, then definitely that would be where you'd want a tier 2. But points well taken. You know, we could pull some of the things out of the draft form that it'd be our best guess won't change significantly to the final.
Thanks, Jim. Pat, you're off mute too.
Yeah, I guess yes. To back up the point that the state goal, like we're applying local county plan to the statewide planning goals. That's why there's parallelism with the statewide efforts at climate adaptation. So I guess I'm affirming that. What else was I going to say? No, I'll stop.
Okay. And any other feedback or discussion on this item?
Just want to remind everyone that I think it was back in January now, Chris Shirley from DLCD did come down and do a workshop about climate change, and the presentation would be on the county's website. She also put together a sort of matrix for the committee members to use about possible policies that they might want to include in the plan. So I will email this back out to everyone, but I would also suggest that maybe taking a look at this as we think about climate change and the recommendations that are coming actually from DLCD about how we can integrate climate change policies throughout our plan.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, if there's no more discussion on that particular item, thank you, Cheryl, for bringing that forward. Do we have other items that we would like to add as ideas from the Countywide CAC at this time? Patrick.
Yes, my thumb hit enter a little while ago in our conversation about looking at all of the different groundwater sources, and I just was writing Clatsop County should undertake all investigations into the supply and distribution of groundwater throughout each drainage basin of the county. It seemed like that was kind of the basic thread from Cove Beach to Napa to wherever people are. I guess that would be it. If there's not a statement that we need to get our head around that would be the statement that I would add.
can I ask just personal clarification to you? What does the phrase "undertake all investigations" mean?
Well, sometimes we tie this to, you know, if the state's doing something or if we can find money. I think water quantity quality is essential for the county to be primarily taking leadership on that, in partnership at all times, but not requiring state help, federal help, other kinds of help. There could be classic community college investigation, Dogami, universities. I guess my idea would be for the county to be constantly compiling research on what we're learning about the watersheds and these questions, and have it be kind of an ongoing research project, because it will change a little bit through time. And I don't necessarily want to make it contingent on getting money before anything is done. So that was my sense of, you know, beginning a process of understanding where it is and where it goes, and therefore how to conserve it. It's a huge project. There's not enough money to do it sort of ever. And so the idea is just to start now and learn what we can.
Okay, thanks, Pat.
I just wonder if that wording, though, doesn't make it seem like it's the county's responsibility. And I'd like to see that if somebody has a great idea for some big development or change of land use, that we consider that as a possibility, but that that entity would need to carry out these studies to show to the county that what they proposed would not be impossible to maintain with the available water resources and other kinds of resources.
I concur. I concur with that language entirely, Chris. I think that's great.
Yeah.
And we get to keep their research and put it into our files to add to our compendium of knowledge of this watershed, that watershed, the other watershed.
Yeah.
So can I suggest that maybe we, Clatsop County should encourage and or undertake all investigations into the supply and distribution of groundwater, only to indicate that the county itself may not need to
I would say to have them require it.
Require an undertaking? Okay. I might also, Gail, I don't know that you've recorded it yet, and it wasn't part of Pat's written statement, but I think he's expressed the intent for the county to collect that data, and I assume make it accessible as well. Could we append that to the end in some way? Just the notion that not only are these studies happening, but that the county is compiling this information in some way.
Okay, could I also ask, can we clarify about when, or so we've got a statement that basically says Clatsop County should require and or undertake, and there's no threshold for when a private developer is going to be required to pay for that versus when the county should undertake it, or if a private developer is already undertaking it, will that require the county to also kind of do an independent study to verify and back up their results? If we could maybe tighten some of that language, that would be helpful.
Pat or others, do you have feedback on any of that? Jim?
I understand Patrick's intent, but my gut feeling is that we need to consider this more closely and maybe flesh it out a little bit more, because it's you know, as Gail mentioned, it's pretty open-ended. I'm not about to try to attempt it on the fly, but that would be my suggestion, is maybe for the staff, or with Patrick's contribution, to flesh this out a little more, to bring it back to the to the group at the next meeting.
And that is appropriate for us right now, right? Is ideas and kind of these big picture directions and kind of get it on the wall, and then we'll kind of pretty it up because we're going to come back to all of these again. So great, yeah. So my draft there was just to let's start, and I put something else there too. County collects and compiles research related to groundwater studies or surveys in an effort to better understand our groundwater hydrology. I mean, those are kind of the memes I would like to get out. And if that's enough for today, that's perfect.
I think that feels like enough for staff to get rolling and come back. And I like the idea of staff reaching out to you, Patrick, if they need clarification or additional feedback. Any more discussion on this item from Patrick?
Yes.
Okay.
I like those ideas. I think they're very good. And using the skills that we have with the people in the planning section, we can at least line out, given the input we've just had, on the way we want that to proceed. It gives them a strong roadmap, and we can deal with, once we've got the particulars down, a task list and a timeline to go forward. It doesn't need to be instituted and started until we're able to do that on our own to a certain point, and it gets to the point where you really need some funding to do some more research to begin to give the answers and the requirements for the development, the monies coming in from things that are going to help with the growth for these next 20 plus years. So if we've already designed what's going forward with global warming, with integrating all of this into a little overview map, so to speak, we're going to have a lot better start when somebody comes along with millions of dollars, wants to do this kind of a development, and we're going to say, yes, and it starts here. This is what we need to do first, and begin to fund lockstep going forward to fund more, to get more research, but yet have a task list and the timeline to begin to get this initial part in base so that we've got something to deal with and we're not blindsided when somebody comes in, presents a great idea with a lot of money, but we don't have a plan on how it can serve all of us for the best.
Thank you, Harold. Any other discussion on this item?
I have a question.
Sure, Susanna.
When a private entity is mandated to do a study and that they pay for, is that study then public domain? If that's asked correctly.
That's correct.
Andy,
it becomes public record.
Public record.
Yes. Yes, public record. But it should, Andy, just to add to that, if it can be in line and they're given the guidelines of what we need to have for input, it's going to be driven by us with the understanding of what we're doing here today and the summaries that we go forward with the detail that we want instituted in the way things are developed here in a lockstep manner going forward. So yes, public record, but it fits in with what we've set for the guidelines and the goals of what we need for information before they provide it. And we don't want what they provided. We want a bigger, clearer, cleaner picture of oversight.
Thanks.
You know, usually when these kinds of studies are undertaken, there's a real close interaction between county staff and possibly a consultant that they might hire, but possibly not, and the consultant working for the developer. And I've worked on a number of these studies when I was with USGS, and it usually can work very well. And the county will have input on what information they expect to get out of the study and will need before they're willing to approve a given project. And it's for the good of the county to save us all a lot of heartaches and a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Chris. Okay, let me ask, are there other items that the countywide would like to add to as new policies in this section? Jan and Robert, there were some things that you were talking about previous section. Any chance you want to bring them up here?
Jan brushed across system development charges, and that if a development comes in, whatever it is, it ought to be prepared to pay heavily towards those actual infrastructure costs. And I know there's a nice way to phrase that. And Jan is a much silkier tongued person. Jan?
Well, I don't hold out great hopes for the county developing system development charges, but it's not a new concept. When I started work almost 50 years ago, the city I worked for instituted them and had everything, including because it was a growing area, including streets and lighting and a bit of a school and a bit of a park system, and and it was about $10,000 per acre by the time I left work. I think that's a very big jump for this area, but I notice that even Warrenton, which loves growing, is finally noticing that if they don't require developers to pay for those services, then they get spread to the entire tax base. And that's how it needs to be laid out to people. If you're not willing to make the new development pay for the costs that it brings, then your existing taxpayers are paying for it. So I appreciate that Robert saw what I was heading toward. There's got to be a way to dip your toe into that, but I'm not sure how it is right now, or if Gail even wants to.
I would say the next 4 years are a horrible time to even be thinking that way. I do remember when Gil Gramson happily pronounced that growth is what keeps our taxes low in Warrenton. And I know he was sincere about it. And I know that, probably 20 years ago, a fellow down Southern Oregon, did the studies, and it was already up to about above $60,000 per household of system development charges. And I know that the Oregon real estate powers that be hated the concept because it would make housing unaffordable, and so on. So yes, I think a lot of these things can be postponed until they're inevitable.
Gail, can I ask a quick question of you? System development charges can obviously entail a whole host of different things. What are there a variety of system development charges already on the books for the county in some way, shape, or form?
The only one really that we have in place right now is for the school districts, and we do collect their charges on the permits and distribute that. But with regard to transportation or utilities or parks, we do not have any development charges at this time.
Okay, thank you.
back in the mid 90s when Sam Patrick and Myrna first came to the county and he was on the planning commission, it made perfect sense to Sam to do system development charges. As soon as he was a part of a county commission, he was reined in pretty well. I don't think you ever heard it mentioned again.
Pat.
It's kind of like a sad situation when rural versus urban areas growing. It's like when you've been down so long, you can't see good times when they're here and don't have the confidence to initiate kind of charges. And I would agree now is not the best time to start doing that. But in general, I think the posture of the county development should be that we're not going to lack for people wanting to be here, rather than we will accept anything and anybody who wants to come here because times are so bad. So there's like this virtuous cycle, vicious cycle type thing. And I think sometimes our planning is in the old vicious type thing. And when people come from other places and they say there's so much to protect, you guys don't know how good you've got it. I think there's some of that too. I don't know what that means.
So am I hearing language in the or hints in the form of language that would be encouraging moving toward system development charges to encapsulate expenses within development, but not trying to tell the planning department that we should take immediate action? Is that an accurate summation of what I'm hearing from you? Jan?
Andy, maybe it's something we need to ponder a little bit and see if there's a way to step into this. I know that any builder who builds any place else has had to deal with having to pay for the services that are needed for their development. And I don't know, I don't really know whether the county is requiring them to pay for streets and street lights and that kind of stuff. But we just need to be aware that we risk being yokels if we think that if we listen to the developers who say, oh, gee, this is way too much to ask of me, because in fact, they have to deal with it, I'm pretty sure, in other areas. And we might, in fact, check to find out what suburban areas around Portland are doing and see if we can model or something there. I don't know.
Thanks, Jan. Pat?
At the concepts and big ideas level, I just put something in chat that's a broader, it's not system development charges, but the county seeks ways for growth to pay for its impact on county resources as just kind of a meme or a chunk for subsequent thinking, and maybe more language will constellate around that. That might include systems development charges or other creative ways we have yet to discover.
Thanks, Pat.
Very good.
And Gail, thank you for the suggested language there. I think maybe my intent in the encapsulation there is just that if we have language in the comp plan that says something to that effect, that we're trying to move in that direction, then as the inevitable projects come up where the county ends up holding on to a bill that they didn't anticipate, that the planners will have something to fall back on to say, this is an item like we should think about making people pay for sidewalks and road improvements and things, and let's put that in the code, and then 5 years later put another thing in the code and just grow it based on a suggestion. Okay, I think it's 2:45 by my clock. I think it's a good time for us to take a little break. I'm thinking 5 minutes. Is 5 minutes enough for everyone? Do you want 10?
And remind me how late we're going to again?
I believe our agenda goes until 5 p.m. in essence. So we have up to that time. I think that the wildlife habitat resources section probably will take that at least, depending on how much conversation we have. So yeah, I would plan for that.
Andy, I may have to drop out before then. I've got 2 compelling things that have to be done.
Okay.
And I'm 2 hours behind, and I'm not going to be able to stay for the whole duration.
Okay. So the pertinent question at this moment is, shall we take 5 or 10 minutes break to get our bearings and get energy for the home stretch, however long we can go? So I see some 5s. Okay, let's take 5. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll be back at 2:51. Thank you all.
This conference will now be recorded.
So is there any public comment on those items?
Can you hear me?
Yes, Susanna.
Oh, hi. So I just have, before I go to wildlife, were we going to do anything on historical things? Because I wanted to make a comment or 2 on historical, or not now?
So we covered a little bit of cultural resource policies earlier in the day. I guess if you had public comment on those items, it would be appropriate.
Well, I did talk really at length at is it the Oregon Historical Society that kept coming up as to what I should refer to for because my property in Jewel was one of the biggest logging camps in the area. And what she said is really for my artifacts and more detailed descriptions of my property is actually to go to the Oregon Historical Society, which she said does work with all the different state historical societies. So they're kind of different entities, they work together, and she really wanted me to have my stuff in the Clatsop County Historical Society. And just, that they weren't all kind of their separate entities. I also need to go to them and see if I have 2 books that are really detailed: the Nehalem River Valley, Settling the Big Timberland, and another thing on the Bix logging family, which ended up owning my logging camp, the B&W, which became Tideport, and to see if I'm assuming the Historical Society has those 2 books, and one of my books has a great picture of the Vine Maple School, which I did find out whose land where the school was in Vine Maple, and just some of that, and then to go to wildlife, which I can just say one addition on Bandtail Pigeon Mineral Springs. I did find somebody to connect up to say where exactly on the eastern portion of my property in Jewel was a Bandtail Pigeon Mineral Springs that people years ago told me several times that that's where the Bandtail pigeons around here would go to for their minerals. And I just need to, I don't know who, I guess that my question is, who do I go to with that information? Just to go to Bush Fish and Wildlife directly? And they get it in that list? Because I think there were 3 mineral springs for Bandtail pigeons that were mentioned on my stuff I got for this meeting.
Yeah. Gail was nodding to that mention. Yes.
Did I go to Fish and Wildlife?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Susanna. Any other comments from members of the public before we go into the fish and wildlife section? Okay, seeing none. Gail, do you have any special introduction for this section, or should we just move into the existing policy worksheet?
I guess just move straight into it.
Okay. So thank you for bringing the first page of the policy worksheet up, Gail. So the first item that appears on the worksheet is suggestion. This is from the Northeast CAC, correct? This set of goal proposals?
Correct.
Okay. So this is not existing policy or goal framework from the comprehensive plan, but a proposal from the Northeast CAC to create and add these new goals to provide context for all of our policies. I'll read it off briefly here. It says goal, and this is again for the table or the wildlife habitat resources goal within the comprehensive plan. Clatsop County recognizes the importance of riparian vegetation in protecting fish and wildlife habitat resources. Vegetated riparian areas are vital to water quality function, including the following. 1, providing shade to maintain or reduce stream temperatures to meet state water quality standards. 2, supporting wildlife in the stream corridors. 3, minimizing erosion and nutrient loading into water. 4, maintaining natural hydrology. 5, stabilizing slopes to prevent landslides that contribute to sedimentation of water, period. Clatsop County strongly encourages the protection of riparian vegetation to the greatest extent feasible from the impacts of development consistent with the best available ecological science. And then I believe that this is a suggestion and not actual language. Add a broader goal statement that the county wants to protect wildlife populations, fish, wildlife habitat, that they have inherent worth and value. Okay, so to the group, we can start discussion, but Cheryl, since that is Northeast is your CAC, if you want to introduce and speak to this proposed goal.
Yeah, how we got to here was a lot of these are value statements, and we kept tucking them into the policies, and then we kept having to repeat them. And finally, it may have been Gail who suggested, because these are sort of big picture things, that we pull them out and write them as goals. And this is goal 5, and we've seen other goals previously that had nice goal statements and then policies tucked under them. And when we started this whole goal 5 thing, you know, one of the things that I was amazed was that there were 30 some having to do with minerals and quarries and very few having to do with others. And what it was missing was goals, and it was just this sort of scatter shot of a lot of policies. So the Clatsop County recognizes the importance of riparian vegetation. We wanted that stated clearly in protecting fish and wildlife habitat. And then we actually, to the best of our ability and what science we could, we listed the things that the riparian vegetation protects rather than tucking them into the policy. So it's at the beginning. And then this concept that Clatsop County protects the riparian vegetation to the greatest extent feasible from the impacts of development and best available ecological science. So that's how we got to there. That's where we were coming from.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Pat, I saw your hand go up there.
Well, that was a thumbs up. That's a very
okay.
thoughtful, a thoughtful set of goals that I like.
Thank you. Is there further comment from the group about these proposed goals?
Well,
Jim? And then I'll go Jim and then Todd.
I really like these goals. I think they're very pertinent. The only thing is, and I think you mentioned it in the very last sentence, is that this is riparian vegetation. We need to come up with something parallel for some of the upland areas.
Thank you, Jim. Todd?
I also support them. It's very good that we had this kind of overarching thing. I wonder where it belongs. Is this the right place, as we have no goal statements in our other sections?
I think we agreed to do that, though, kind of the aspirational goal language, kind of solving the same problem that the Northeast was solving, is the clumpers and the splitters. And so to kind of separate out the vision and goal at the top, and then that lets our brain look at the particulars down at the bottom. So everybody can see what they're looking for. The poets can read the top, and then the prose people can read the bottom.
I like it.
Thanks, Todd. Thanks, Patrick. So I have just a question about this, and I don't know if Gail, you can answer this for me. I think one of the issues that has come up frequently with us in regards to forestry type proclamations or plans that we have, or ways that we would like to create local control on forestry, is we hit this barrier of the state controls this in one way or another, right? It seems to me that within Goal 5, that fish and wildlife, it reads fish and wildlife areas and habitats should be protected and managed in accordance to Oregon Wildlife Commission's fish and wildlife management plans. To your knowledge, are we liable to run into the same sort of roadblocks with the wildlife management plans at the state level that we do with, say, forestry management? And do we need to be conscious of that when crafting language like this?
My understanding is that unlike Forest Practices Act, there's really not corresponding limitations that we're going to run into as we draft our policies. Where we may find a conflict is if we start drafting policies that, in support of perhaps this proposed goal, that start to exceed, say, stream buffers in order to protect fish habitat. So that's where you need to be cognizant. But as I understand, neither Fish and Wildlife nor Dogami have state regulations like the Forest Practices Act that are going to limit us in that way.
So if I can restate, that it's your understanding that any limitations we would hit are still going to be Forest Practices Act, not part of the wildlife management plan.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Pat?
Yeah, I mean, on the one,
oh,
there you go. On the one hand, I think Goal 4 really is the exception to most of the land use planning rules, to have 85% of our county basically off limits to county sort of rulemaking about what goes on there. So I would almost want to work even more vigorously on the 15% that isn't in that designation, kind of maybe down closer to the river and the lowlands, if nothing else, for a counterpoint. And then just because it seems like it's possible, and it seems like a lot of folks would like to see that kind of language in direction.
Thanks, Pat. Are there any other points for discussion on this item? Though I'm not sure how to treat the last sentence here, which I read as more of a suggestion. Am I correct in that that's sort of we'd also like to have a statement about inherent worth and value of these wildlife resources? Is that a correct reading, Cheryl? Okay.
And I'd like to comment.
Sure, Susanna, sure.
Does the county have a leash law for dogs?
Not that I am aware of.
'Cause I know when my neighbors had young labs and they worked all day and the labs would roam, all the beaver, I have about a third of a mile of river frontage, all the beaver had left. I didn't realize at first the dogs were down there. Then they came up and harassed my livestock. And the only recourse I had was to call and complain to the police that dog control really can't do anything about it. And I'd like to have some county policy about dogs at large, because they impact wildlife so much sometimes.
Suzanne, I appreciate the comment, though I'm not sure it's germane to this goal language.
No, but I think you do have the right to shoot a dog that's harassing your livestock on your own property.
And Chris, while I appreciate the legal clarification there, I think that also is not germane to the goal language that we're talking about. Let me try to steer us back to this goal language. So we've got what I would treat as a motion from Northeast to include goal language of this sort, massaged by staff where appropriate, into this. This would be the general forward of goal 5, correct? I mean, there's not a necessarily a distinction for wildlife. We're making that distinction in our process here, but this is a part of the goal 5 Clatsop County goals would be this section on wildlife. So that's a motion on the table now. Is there discussion of whether or not we should approve this goal? Todd, I saw a hand.
I just wanted to second it. If it's a motion.
Motions originating in committee don't necessarily need a second, but we can note that you're in support. Thank you. Is there discussion on these goals? Jim?
My only suggestion, since this is under wildlife habitat resources, the very first sentence delves into riparian vegetation. Obviously, that's very important, but maybe it would be riparian habitat because that's a little more inclusive, and then the rest would fall from there.
Is that, Gail, is that something you could note as far as maybe staff trying to make clear that I realize that habitat is later in the sentence as well, so I don't want us to, I think it's a valuable note, Jim. I just don't want us to get bogged down in the language of that. Is that possible that we could note that we want to emphasize the fish and wildlife habitat portion of this rather than the vegetation portion? Is that a succinct summary of what you're trying to get at, Jim?
Yes, yeah, no, that's fine. I just wanted to point that out to make it a little more tighter.
Sure, thank you. Pat? Okay. So let's, is there more discussion on this goal? If not, we can head to a vote to just approve or disapprove it, or any amendments to it. Okay, I'm not seeing or hearing any. So let's go with, I don't sense that there's opposition, given that there's no discussion in that way. Is there any objection to including this goal from the Northeast CAC to the wildlife habitat resources section? Any objection? Okay, hearing none. Congratulations, Northeast. I think we have a goal set for the beginning of this section. Okay, so fish and wildlife areas and habitat policies from Goal 5. So I will note that while this is laid out like the last one, all of these policies that we discussed in the section today are actually in Goal 5, having to do with wildlife. We're not jumping around like we were with groundwater. Bye, Jan. I think that was a wave about goodbye. So we'll dive right into Goal 5, Policy 1, To ensure that future development does not unduly conflict with major big game range, the county shall designate the majority of its timberlands F80, require that review and conditional uses in the F38 and AF20 zone be allowed only if they are found to be consistent with the maintenance of big game range, require that review and conditional uses for F38 and AF20 zones be subject to clustering and siting criteria, submit proposed review and conditional use applications to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for their comments on consistency with major big game habitat and recommendations on appropriate siting criteria to minimize any conflicts, and submit all proposed plan and zone changes of land zoned F80, F38, and AF20 to a more intensive use zone to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for determination of possible conflicts with big game habitat requirements. If the department identified conflicts, the county will consider recommendations for resolving those conflicts. Staff recommendations and comments. It says policy 1A is completed. Policy 1B, C, and D refer to F38 and AF20 zones which no longer exist. Current standards require review for conflicts with major and peripheral big game habitat for conditional uses, clustering of structures and dwellings to reduce impact on resource zones, and notification to ODFW of conditional uses, zone changes, etc. So staff recommends that we delete A because it's complete, and references to F38 and AF20 replacing with F80 and AF. Retain and re-letter items B through E and include AF zone in item E. Gail, do you have any, I read through that quickly, do you have any other clarification or comment to offer on this one?
I do not, unless anyone has questions for me.
Okay. I will note at this time that all of the CACs support staff recommendation. I will take the motion from Clatsop Plains CAC to support staff recommendation and lay that motion on the table. Is there any discussion of the motion to support staff recommendation? Robert?
I move that we support the staff recommendation.
Okay.
And
Jim?
I'll second it. I'll second it.
Okay. That's fine and not out of order. I will remind you that I can't just take things from the subcommittees and bring them forward as a motion. So we don't necessarily need to do that, especially when we've got everybody in agreement. But any discussion of that motion with the second that we support staff recommendation? Okay, not seeing or hearing discussion. Is there any objection to the motion to support staff recommendation? Any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, staff recommendation is supported. Thank you, Robert and Jim. We'll move on to policy 2. Policy 2, to ensure that future development does not unduly conflict with peripheral big game range, the county shall require and review that require that review and conditional uses in the AF20 zone be allowed only if they are found to be consistent with the maintenance of big game range. B, require that review of conditional uses in the AF20 zone be subject to clustering and siting criteria. C, submit proposed review and conditional use applications to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for their comments on consistency with peripheral big game range and recommendations on appropriate siting criteria to minimize any conflict. And D, submit all proposed plan and zone changes of land zoned AF20 to the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for a determination of possible conflicts with big game habitat requirements. If the department identifies conflicts, the county will consider recommendations for resolving those or these conflicts. Okay, so staff comments and recommendations on this one are AF20 zone no longer exists. Current AF and F80 standards require review for conflict with major and peripheral big game habitat for conditional uses, etc., clustering of spaces and dwellings to reduce impact in resource zones, and notification to ODFW of conditional uses, zone changes, etc. So the staff recommendation is to retain but revise to AF zone and include the F80 zone. And I apologize to everyone who's wondering why I'm reading all of these out, but we do have some folks on the phone and we're doing a recording, so I want to make sure it's clear. I don't want to read them any more than you want to listen to them. So from the CACs, or actually, Gail, do you have any staff comment at this time? No. So from the CACs, all of the CACs recommended that we support the staff recommendation. So this time I'll bring a motion to the floor from the Northeast CAC to support the staff recommendation. It does not need a second since it's coming from committee. Is there any discussion of the motion to support the staff recommendation and make changes to the language as they have recommended? So I don't see or hear any discussion. Is there objection to supporting staff recommendation? Any objection? Okay, hearing none, the motion is approved and we support staff recommendation. Thank you. So policy 3, the county shall rely on strict enforcement of the Oregon Forest Practices Act to protect riparian vegetation along Class 1 streams and lakes and Class 2 streams affecting Class 1 streams from potential adverse effects of forest practices. For staff comments and recommended changes, the staff comment says Clatsop County does not have authority over Forest Practices Act. The staff recommendation from Mike Sinnott, ODFW Assistant Biologist, is to bring riparian protection ordinances into alignment with the Oregon Forest Practices Act as defined in OAR 629-635-0310. Most of the CACs have recommended supporting staff recommendation. Northeast CAC has a longer recommendation for a revision, which I won't read out at the moment. I'm going to ask for staff feedback and then maybe Cheryl for the Northeast comment. Gail, do you have staff comment?
I do. At our workshop on Monday, we learned that the Class 1 and Class 2 stream titles that we have in our policy are outdated, and I would also add to the staff recommendation that we update those stream types and lake types as well.
Okay, thank you. Cheryl, do you want to speak to the Northeast CAC language recommendation?
Yeah, both policy 3 and policy 4 refer to Forest Practices Act. So just as big picture for us, policy 3 is referring to Forest Practices Act in forest practices. So that's within the forestry. Policy 4 refers to areas that are not covered by Forest Practices Act. So we'll come to policy 4 in just a minute, but to just hold it in your brain that policy 4 is for areas not covered by Forest Practices Act. So do you want me to read you just our revised policy or not?
Sure, actually, I think that would be a good idea.
Okay, so the county shall support and promote enforcement of current riparian vegetation and stream protection standards in the Oregon Forest Practices Act to protect riparian vegetation along, and that wording, as Gail just said, will need to get changed, along the streams and lakes. The county shall seek changes to the Forest Practices Act when necessary to better protect the riparian vegetation and the water quality. So a couple of thoughts, rather than to just rely on the enforcement of the Forest Practices Act, which actually was here earlier in the conversation today. I'm sorry she's not here now. She is the Forest Practices Act person for all of Clatsop County, and there's one of her. That the county sort of takes on, you know, a little bit more of the responsibility, that they promote the enforcement of those things. And then sometimes we as citizens do not think that the Forest Practices Act is as strong as we would like for it to be. And so we are asking our county to seek changes to the Forest Practices Act when necessary. And our county, there was discussion in our group, how would we do that? And our county has done that in the past. We have testified publicly. We have attended meetings. We have, you know, suggested changes. So we're trying to make that stronger and clearer to protect the riparian. And again, this is in the areas that are within forest practices. Let's see, one other thing. Mike Sinnott was at the workshop on Monday, and he actually sent 3 suggestions, all of which I think are good. And we will actually scoop up his suggestions when we get to policy 4.
Okay. Thank you, Cheryl. Jim, I see your hand.
Well, since policy 3 only applies to forested environments that has riparian areas, does the county have any authority on these lands? I don't think they do. So consequently, I'm not really sure if policy 3 is even relevant. We could substitute part of what Cheryl is recommending in terms of having the county be more engaged. I believe there's a commissioner that's specifically assigned the go-between, the contact with ODF.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Jim. Robert?
On the Monday meeting, that I watched later, I was struck by Ashley trying to make it clear that don't rely on the FPA, the Forest Practices Act, for everything, because it does not do what you think it's going to do if a landowner is not doing a commercial operation. If they are not bartering, selling their trees and are doing all the work by themselves, the FPA doesn't apply. They can go down there, cut down their trees and say, hey, we're doing it because we want some firewood. You know, so I think Ashley was trying to say, hey, nice wording to say rely on the FPA, but I thought I heard her repeatedly saying, hey, not so easy, because we don't even touch. You know, yes, it's forest land, yes, it's timbered, yes, it's riparian, but if it's not a commercial operation, hey, don't look to us, because our business is only when the owner has hired someone to do the work or the product is being bartered, sold. And I think she made it very, very clear. So on some of these wordings about the county shall rely, she was saying, hey, don't rely on us if it's a non-commercial operation. Period. I have to run out and bring a dog in who was barking to go out, and I'll be back in a split second. Thank you.
Thanks, Robert.
I agree that what Robert just said, and it's an important point, and it never occurred to me before that meeting on Monday or whenever it was when Ashley made that statement, that just because the land is zoned F80 or AF, it doesn't mean Forest Practices Act rules will apply until the owner of that property decides to do a commercial operation. And maybe they'll never do a commercial operation. Maybe they'll just cut some wood for their own purposes. Maybe they'll mill their own wood for building or whatever. So it becomes a question of how do you want those kind of activities to be carried out in a way that doesn't damage the stream, because the Forest Practices Act won't protect it.
Thanks, Chris.
I have a question.
Sure, Susanna.
If people don't follow Forest Practices Act or some of the waterway things, such as damming water, which happened out here, an earthen dam that broke and flooded somebody's barn, that was not a legal application. But it doesn't seem like there are repercussions. Even somebody out here who totally mucked around in the Nehalem River itself, which is highly illegal, it doesn't seem like there are any repercussions when people do stuff like that. And I find that problematic.
Gail, is there a county code that that covers any of either what Susanna's talking about, or even say treatment of vegetation in riparian buffers for non-forestry practice?
Yes, so the county has 2 setbacks for riparian areas and vegetation. One would be the 50-foot shoreland overlay setback, which would not apply in the area of the county where Susanna's at. The other one would be a 35-foot setback from the line of non-aquatic vegetation. And I would definitely encourage, if you see something like that in the future, Susanna, that you need to contact code compliance and let them know so that they can go and make a site visit and possibly cite the person if there is a violation.
So is that applicable for non-commercial logging within 35 feet of the riparian vegetation on county property?
Yes,
not county owned property, but
right. So any non-resource land that's not in use for commercial timber purposes would be subject to those regulations.
okay. So I'm open to suggestions from the group on this. However, what I see as our best way forward here is that we've got a specific policy recommendation from the Northeast CAC that's advanced, that we should vote on whether or not to adopt that policy language. If that goes forward, then we keep that. If it fails, then we will vote on the supporting staff recommendation. So that would be my plan for how to go forward with this bit. Of course, someone else could motion from the floor that we do entirely different language if you feel so inclined. But I will start with the Northeast CAC has advanced a motion from committee to revise policy 3 to read: the county shall support and promote enforcement of current riparian vegetation and stream protection standards in the Oregon Forest Practices Act to protect riparian vegetation along Class 1 streams and lakes and Class 2 streams affecting Class 1 streams. The county shall seek changes to the Forest Practices Act when necessary to better protect riparian vegetation and water quality. I will note after reading that that both staff and Northeast representative have noted that Class 1 and Class 2 stream terminology may be outdated in this case, so it may be revised by staff in any case. So that is the motion on the floor. that we consider the revised language from Northeast CAC. Is there discussion of that motion? Todd, and then Jim.
Yes, the Forest Practices Act has this escape clause for setbacks, and I think that our county setbacks for the non-commercial areas is more stringent, and I would suggest we drop that Forest Practices Act reference out of there and just comply with the county's regulations.
Is that a motion to amend, Todd?
Yes, that's a motion to amend.
Okay, so we've got a motion to amend the language from Northeast CAC, and I hope I present this correctly, to strike references to the Oregon Forest Practices Act and replace with references to the county riparian buffer regulation. Okay, is there a second for that motion? Is there a second for that motion? Robert? Okay, Robert, second, thank you. So is there discussion on the merits of that motion? Jim? Oh,
well, I would suggest something slightly different. Whichever is greater, in terms of there could be some specific fish-bearing streams that have a larger protection under the FPA, and that we should go with that versus what the county has. So it's a combination of both, whichever is greater.
Jim, I'm hesitant to accept secondary amendments here, or maybe this would even be a tertiary amendment at the moment. So thank you for the comment. I'm not going to treat that as a motion just yet. And I've got a hand up from Gail. Gail.
Okay, thank you. So before you move forward on this, I want to make sure that you understand what this motion would do, because as Cheryl pointed out, we have two policies here. Policy 3 deals with buffer requirements for properties that are in use for commercial timber activities, and they are covered under the Forest Practices Act, and we cannot make policies or regulations that are stronger than the Forest Practices Act for these commercial activities. So policy 3 strictly talks about what's going on properties where there is a commercial timber activity happening. Policy 4, which we'll get to next, is the one that Cheryl had talked about, which covers properties that are not in use for commercial activities and therefore are not covered by the Forest Practices Act. And that's where you want to make your direct your attention in terms of buffer requirements. If you adopt the motion that you just made, which was to strike the reference to Forest Practices Act, you are basically creating the same policy as policy 4, and you're not doing anything to encourage and promote support of the Forest Practices Act on properties where it does apply. So.
Maybe a point of clarification. Policy 3 would be on F80 lands that are not applicable to commercial, that commercial logging is not applicable. So that's because we had a previous discussion that it's not applicable to people who want to do firewood cutting or various other types of activities that do not include commercial logging. Maybe that's incorrect, but I thought that's what we're talking about at the moment. And then as you pointed out, Gail, policy 4 is for the non-F80 or AF lands.
So as we learned at our workshop this Monday, that just because the land is zoned for forestry doesn't mean that it's subject to commercial timber harvest or timber activities. So I could own a piece of forest zone land, F80. I've gotten a template test dwelling approved on it. I want to go and clear some trees down by the stream so it opens up my view and I can look at the stream because it's nice. And if I'm not doing it for barter or sale or whatever the third term is, I have every right to do that, and I will not be covered under Forest Practices Act. And so at that point, I can just go all the way to the stream and clear cut everything. There would be no protection. That's what policy 4 is going to cover, is all those properties where there is no commercial timber activity occurring, but there is tree removal.
Well, that's a really important distinction, because our prior conversation had what you just described as in policy 3. It's a forest classified as forest, and it's not a commercial activity. If that is embedded into policy 4, then we don't need policy 3, because the FPA will apply.
Right, but I think leaving policy 3, and especially if you look at the language that Northeast has proposed, we really want to support enforcement of the Forest Practices Act. I think the county is very lucky right now that we have Ashley Latora, because she is very good at her job, and she is very good at enforcing the requirements of Forest Practices Act. It doesn't mean that Ashley will be here forever, or that a new person might come in, or that policies and from higher up in the food chain at Department of Forestry may change. I think that it's still important to let everyone know that we support that act and its enforcement on commercial timber activities. So unless we don't, and in which case then yeah, take it out. But.
Thank you for the clarification, Gail. Okay, so we've got an amendment on the floor to replace the Oregon Forest Practices Act terminologies with, I believe it was county riparian buffer regulation. Is there further discussion on that motion? Okay, let's go to a vote for the motion. Cheryl, on the motion to amend, how do you vote?
No.
Jim, how do you vote?
No.
Pat, how do you vote?
No.
Todd, how do you vote?
I'll vote no.
Okay. Robert, how do you vote?
I have lost track. I think I'm supporting the revised. I'm lost track of what the amendment was.
Sure. So this was Todd's amendment to replace mentions of the Oregon Forest Practices Act in the revision.
So I'm voting no along with Todd.
Okay.
Even though I seconded it, yes. Correct.
Okay. So by a vote of 0 to 5, the motion to amend fails. So we're back to the main motion. I don't know how to properly do this with you all. I think because we're in a committee, I can make motions. I think it's a stretch. I don't like doing this at all. I'm gonna motion to amend only to, so I like the language in policy 4, that's the comma offset at the beginning, that says to protect riparian vegetation along streams and lakes not covered by the Forest Practices Act. I'm going to motion to amend to add to the beginning of the revised policy 3, to protect riparian vegetation along streams and lakes covered by the Forest Practices Act, comma, the county shall support and promote enforcement of blah, blah, blah. To make it clear that between those two policies, we're trying to cover all riparian vegetation strips along rivers and streams in the county.
I would second that.
Yeah, I would too.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Is there discussion of that amendment? Cheryl?
Thank you for that clarification. as we work our way through this, we are not land use planners, and it takes us a long time to be able to understand where we are and where we're going. That clarifies it for the other citizens and casual readers. That is where we were trying to go, but that clarifies it very nicely. Thank you.
Mhm.
Just because we let you get by with this, Andy, one time, doesn't mean we can keep stretching the limit. So, yeah, parliamentary procedure.
You've used your mulligan.
I will say that I'm at the disadvantage of being the only person who's within reach of being swatted by my own book of Robert's rules. So maybe I'll hit myself after the call.
Andy, who was the
Yeah.
second on that motion, please?
I believe that was Pat or Todd. Todd?
Yeah, both of us did.
Okay. Is there further discussion on that amendment? Okay, let's go. Let's do Todd.
Just that it's an excellent idea, and I think anytime, Andy, you come up with great ideas like this, jump right in.
Thanks, Todd. Okay, let's try to see if there is objection to that amendment. Is there any objection to that amendment? Any objection? Okay, hearing none, we will add that language. So now the full motion is to revise policy 3 to read, to protect riparian vegetation along streams and lakes covered by the Forest Practices Act. The county shall support and promote enforcement of current riparian vegetation and stream protection standards in the Oregon Forest Practices Act to protect riparian vegetation along Class 1 streams and lakes and Class 2 streams affecting Class 1 streams. The county shall seek changes to the Forest Practices Act when necessary to better protect riparian vegetation and water quality. Is there any discussion of the amended revised policy? Okay, let's go to a vote then. Cheryl, how do you vote on the revised policy?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Pat, how do you vote?
Yes.
Todd, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
And Robert, how do you vote?
Aye.
So by a vote of 5-0, the motion passes. So we will revise that policy, and with the understanding too that the middle part about Class 1 streams and lakes and Class 2 streams will be amended to reflect accurate terminology. Okay, so let's move on to policy 4. Policy 4.
Andy, I'm sorry, but I just have to sign off right now. I apologize to the committee, but I need to go. I look forward to our next meeting.
No problem, Pat. Thank you for joining us while you could. Yep. So policy 4 reads to protect riparian vegetation along streams and lakes not covered by the Forest Practices Act. The county shall require a setback for non-water dependent uses. For staff comments and recommended changes, there's a staff recommendation from Mike Sinnott, an ODFW assistant fish biologist. Bring riparian protection ordinances into alignment with the Oregon Forest Practices Act as defined by OAR 629-635-0310, which includes non-fish bearing streams as small as 20 feet. Is there further staff comment, Gail, that you'd like to make outside of what we've got there from Mike?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay. And we've got 3 CACs which have supported staff recommendation. We have a revision from Northeast CAC and is there an attached document? Do I recall that right on this one from Linda for the Southwest?
Yeah, it should be in your packet, I believe.
Yeah,
following.
It's after the worksheets. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just browsing through that quickly on my end.
Okay, I've put it up on the screen as well for everyone to see.
Thank you, Gail. So I hope everyone had the chance to review this or has read it now to take under advisement.
And this is 5 or 4?
We're on 4 now, Susanna.
Oh, 4. Okay.
Yeah. Cheryl, can I ask you to address comments for the Northeast CAC about your revised language as well?
Sure. Gail, can I ask you to throw up that nice chart? Perfect. Okay, so this is from Michael Sinnott, who is the Assistant District Fish Biologist. We all got this in our packets previously, but after the workshop on Monday, I went back and dug this out. This is, in all the reading that I've done, the nicest, cleanest list of what the setbacks are in riparian vegetation for Forest Practices Act. So stream size down the left, large, medium, and small. And then, as we learned, there isn't a class 1 or class 2 anymore. And then going across, whether they have salmon, steelhead, bull trout, whether they are merely fish bearing or whether they are non-fish bearing. So this is a nice, clean explanation of Forest Practices Act and their setback. And Gail will clarify if I botch this, but what we also learned from him on Monday is that most of the county setbacks are less than Forest Practices Act, which is why he wrote this and suggested that we adopt the Forest Practices Act. We can go back to or leave that up. So a couple of things on what was suggested from the Northeast CAC. The first chunk of that wording talks about all the things that the riparian vegetation does and why it's important. And as we worked our way through this, those all got pulled out and put in the goal at the beginning. So there's a big chunk of there that we don't need to deal with anymore because we already accepted the goal. And then the bottom part is suggesting a development of 50 feet or more as determined by best available ecological practices. I think that that is not valid anymore. I think that we should indeed adopt Forest Practices Act. So the wording on this, I think we can pretty much ignore at this point. And I would just add a couple of other things. Also on that email from Sinnott, he suggested 2 other things, which I think we can pick up later when we do new things. But his number 2 recommendation was make habitat restoration an allowable land use on all zone types. We can think about that when we're writing new ones. And his number 3 is to make angler access an allowable land use in all zone types. We could think about and discuss that one when we get there. But at this point, I think that Northeast CAC is in support of the staff recommendation, which would bring the non-covered Forest Practices Act in the county in alignment with the measurements on that chart that Gail just showed us.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. Todd.
I'm concerned about the Forest Practices Act exceptions that Cheryl talked about, and she described the Forest Practices Act buffer zones as taking up some large portion of a very big document. I suspect that if we looked at it in practice, the exceptions are probably more the rules, and the 20-foot setback that is the absolute minimum is probably very often what is the practice. So I'm leery of adopting the Forest Practices Act unless I mean, I like the thing you said in the earlier one, that the county should work to correct the setback issues. They're not setback, but the buffer issues. So I'm concerned about just saying we adopt the Forest Practices Act, believing that these are what we're going to get, when it's not probably even relevant.
Thanks, Todd.
Can I come in?
Just a second, Susanna Gale had her hand up.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, just to make a suggestion for the committee to consider, I know at the workshop that Ashley had recommended just adopting Forest Practices Act as it's amended. So first of all, we cannot do that because the state wants a state-specific document if we're going to reference something. So we are going to have to adopt the actual numbers into the plan, but because it's coming from forest practices, but it's not being applied to forest practices, if that makes sense. We have the ability to change these numbers on the lands where there is no commercial timber activity occurring. So for example, Todd, with the 20 feet, I would recommend that we change that 20 feet to our minimum 35 foot that we have now. And we'd still want to be sure to keep the shoreland overlay of 50 feet. So, you know, you have the ability to play with these numbers here.
Okay, that's good.
And Gail, if we're adopting distances and classifications from the Oregon the Forest Practices Act, we wouldn't necessarily be adopting all the caveats and carve-outs that allow people to act under different classification.
Correct, unless we chose to.
Okay, thank you. Susanna, we can go to your comment.
Well, I think that between Todd and Gail, you covered my concerns. I just want to say one thing, that when State Forestry was reviewing and they were updating the Forest Practices Act, something that really concerned me, and I don't know if it's in law or not, that if in the setback zone, there was some wording that if trees were not doing well, or maybe even outside the setback zones, I can't remember the wording, but that you could go in and cut to replant because the trees weren't doing well. And my great concern was that fir doesn't do well with wet roots, and that in damper areas they would start, once the taproot goes deeper, they die. But I thought they could go in and cut them and, you know, disturb brush. Alders do well, but I think they could cut alders. Does that ring a bell with anybody that you heard talking on Monday?
I'm not seeing heads nodding or wagging, Susanna.
Okay.
Actually,
I totally do support greater setbacks, as Gail mentioned, than the Forest Practices Act does on the areas, of course, that are not covered by forest practices, which are non-commercial use of lands along water. Yeah.
And then Chris, you had a comment too?
Well, I remember something similar to what Susanna was just talking about, but I also think there was some mention of the basal area per acre or something that allows some logging within that riparian zone. And I'm not clear on the numbers on that, but that would be something to check into, I think.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So let me ask a question here well, okay, Cheryl, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I agree with Todd, and on this chart, what we can do is drop out that 20 feet and put in 50, then 50 is the minimum across the county. And then if we look back at, I'm not sure I'm saying his name right, in number 1C, he says, in addition, I would recommend a minimum 50-foot riparian protection area for all estuaries and coastal lakes. And possibly estuaries and coastal lakes is in a different goal. I don't know, Gail will, but if not, we should include that in here also.
Yeah,
Jim.
the estuaries are in goal 16, and a lot of the coastal lake information will be in goal 17.
Thank you for your clarification, Gail. Jim?
Can I ask you another question?
Just a sec, Suzanne.
I do recall some exceptions, as Susanna has been saying, like ability to go into riparian if it's inherently a conifer area, but red alder has established it, then you can do a replacement. My suggestion to not straitjacket landowners that are trying to do the right thing, but if we have just strict limits on distances and that's it, is we could have petition the county, and then the county can for exceptions, and the county can seek advice from say Ashley, because they do advise private as well as state for some of these exceptions to the rule. That way there we'll have the flexibility if we so choose.
Okay, and Susanna?
I think 3 things just to that about wanting fur. I don't think that's okay on an area that is not under Forest Practices Act, which I know I can't do anything about, but that if it's non-commercial but they want to cut alder within the setback zone to convert to fir, I would say that's not okay. Alder along rivers are very important, and as I said earlier, fir often do not do well up close. Another thing that I had asked way back when at those forestry meetings is, when you say 50 feet setback, was that literally like a tape measure along the land, which can be like straight up and down or not, or is it on a horizontal as platting within cities? Or I don't know if I'm saying it right.
It's horizontal.
It is horizontal. Okay.
Yeah, they make that point that it's horizontal. It's not on the slope.
Because a forestry guy told me he didn't think so, but I thought it was always horizontal. Good. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and one last question. Is shorelands like saltwater shorelands, or what's shorelands?
So the shoreland area includes it's tidal waters, tidal influenced waters.
Oh, okay. Yep. Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so at the moment, Cheryl, I'll recognize you in just a sec, but I want to make sure. So at the moment, by your presentation, Cheryl, you're not necessarily advancing the Northeast language at this time because it's outdated, essentially, or covered elsewhere. Southwest doesn't necessarily have a language to advance, though I will note that it seems to me anyway, some of Linda's recommendations are covered elsewhere now, either in the language of the goal set, or maybe the one thing that's not covered is land altering activities. I'm not sure about that one. But so we need to decide on what we want to recommend as a group. How do we want to move forward with Forest Practices Act? Do we want to address the land altering activities, etc. Just to try and redirect back to an action from the group. But Cheryl, you had your hand up. I'll recognize you.
It was interesting to hear Carol say to hear Gail say that the state wants hard numbers. So moving forward, as Forest Practices Act increases these barriers, Clatsop counties would not be increased. Again, I'm not an expert on it, but I know in the state of Washington, their Forest Practices Act, their riparian buffers are, it's my understanding, are wider than Oregon's. So Gail, once we pass these, we're stuck with them unless we go back and amend the comprehensive use plan.
That's correct, Cheryl. But keep in mind also that depending on how politics within the state change, if we were able to, and we did, just adopt by reference, if those buffers were ever reduced, our buffers would also be reduced.
Gail, is it possible for us to implement language that takes the amended numbers from the Forest Practices Act that you suggested, that is taking 25 up to 30 at the very least, and implementing those numbers, and then also giving language that says, you know, we would follow the buffer requirements set in FPA or this chart, whichever is lesser, that sort of language. So if FPA ends up making all buffers 100 feet, that we move ours up to that level, but if they end up reducing all buffers to 6 inches, that we won't be destroyed by that.
I don't know, I'd have to check with the state and our legal counsel, but we're trying to adopt just the information that's on Dogami's website and using that as it's constantly updated without having to amend it. We've been told repeatedly by the state that we have to pick a date certain when we adopt somebody else's information. There has to be a date, basically a date stamp on there that we are able to go back to and use as our benchmark.
Can we implement a policy that we set out the chart like you've amended right here, 35 instead of 20, the rest of this chart, and then just require that we have a county update anytime that Forest Practices Act changes their buffer requirement, so that it just requires the commission or the planning commission to look at this. If Forest Practices Act is all of a sudden stronger than ours, that it gives them the opportunity to open the book back up and change our numbers to match.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. And keep in mind, we can go back at any time and put forward amendments to our comprehensive plan. So it doesn't necessarily have to be triggered by an update to the Forest Practices Act itself. It could be that there's a referendum in the county, or political views change, or something happens. This can be opened up at any time. But you know, a policy, I think, that prompts staff and the Planning Commission to go back maybe on an annual basis or something along those lines would definitely be helpful, I think.
Okay, thank you. Is there any motion from the floor for action on this item? If there is not motion from the floor, we can fall back to, okay, Cheryl?
I can take a stab at it. My motion is that we adopt the riparian protection to align with Oregon Forest Practices Act. And then some kind of wording that the minimum is 35 feet. And then we need a sentence after that of encouraging county to update it as new science becomes available or as Forest Practices Act changes.
Okay. So I've
Can
got.
I comment? Yep.
Nope, not at this time because I got a restated motion. So the motion on the table, as I understand it, would be that I'm taking it that we're retaining existing language and adding to it that we want to align with the OFPA with a minimum buffer of 35 feet, and that the county should consider buffer amendments in conjunction with best current science or updates to the Oregon Forest Practices Act buffer requirements.
Thank you. That clearly states where I was going. Thank you.
I don't know. Is there a second for that motion?
I'll second it.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Now we can have discussion on that motion.
I'd like to suggest something, if I may.
Sure, Todd.
It seems that we should put the 35-foot minimum after the statement about adopting changes in the Forest Practices Act, so that no matter what the Forest Practices Act does, we stay with 35 feet as a minimum.
Okay, yeah, I think actually the way that I wrote it down was aligned with OFPA with a minimum of 35 feet, as opposed to mentioning the 20 feet at all. Does that satisfy what you were going for, Todd? Okay. And then Susanna, did you have comment? I asked you to hold for a minute there, but
Yes, no, I'm getting tired and I get a little lost in process, so pardon me. And this is just a comment that I want people that are probably tracking better than I am to think about, is if you want to have it open to changing it as time goes on, that's great when you have a group of people like us that really want to protect habitat and the environment. But should a group of people get involved in the county that really want to change all of that, could that wording mean that they could just reverse it and get it down to, not having to, they could have all their stuff right down to the riverbank? That's a concern I have, but my brain isn't good enough right now to know to sort it all out. And that's all.
thank you, Susanna. Sorry, I'm typing my note. To just put down the language that I had in case it's helpful. Yale. That's what I had. So I put in chat what I had recorded. And any other discussion on this recommended wording? So I saw Jim and then Todd.
Maybe I'm being a little bit paranoid, but if we have real fixed widths, there are a whole variety of situations out there that it may not be possible or sometimes dangerous for structures or individuals. Do we want to put as a sub-bullet some type of an exception that the county can make to vary something like this? For example, does this mean you can't cut hazardous trees that are in a riparian that's close to a house? I don't think we don't really mean that, but are there provisions that would be able to take down that hazardous tree and not violate this particular policy? These are the kinds of things I'm thinking about. Also, in terms of sometimes you want to, I mentioned something about alder into conifer. I was thinking more Sitka spruce, which is native to bottomland forest. That may be more advantageous to for the stream in a long run. I mean, there are always these special situations. It creates more work for the county for sure, but if we could get the state to help make some of those gnarlier decisions, then it would be, I think in the long run, be more bulletproof, because of the majority of the case would be protected. Majority of the situations would abide by the table that is being constructed. But also allow a little bit of flexibility in these unusual situations.
Thanks, Jim. I'm going to go to Gail and then back to Todd.
Okay. I appreciate Jim's extreme attention to detail and the ability to look forward and think about different potential outcomes. I do want to keep the committee, though, focused back up on the higher level. We're getting too far down into crafting regulations now, which is not the intent of the comprehensive plan. We should be looking at broad aspirational goals and getting into the nitty-gritty of, would there be an exception for a hazardous tree? If so, what kind of tree or size of trees or things like that? That's just beyond the scope of what we should be looking at right now.
That is not what I'm intending. My intending to have a line in there that says exceptions essentially can be cleared by the county, not be prescriptive. I'm using those as examples for people to understand that there will be situations where these fixed widths are not advisable, but yet in the strategic plan, just have something more generic to allow the county to make any necessary adjustments on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so again, if we're going to do that, again, we're getting into something that is going to be handled through a zoning code or a standards document. And there would typically be a variance procedure that applicants would have to go through that is a case by case, but there are specific criteria they would have to meet in order to meet that exception. This really, I don't believe, is something that needs to be addressed in the comprehensive plan policies.
So Gail, is it a safe assumption in most of the comprehensive plan as relates to development that there's usually some possibility for a variance within the total planning process, so there will be exceptions to most of the things we come up with here? I'm asking, should we make the broad assumption that that's true as we go through this process?
For many things in the code that are required by code, there is usually a relief mechanism. The one exception that comes to mind immediately, or two exceptions, the minimum lot size, for example, is set by the state, and there's not a variance procedure to go below that. And then also, if a use is not permitted in a zoning district, you cannot use the variance process to do something that's not permitted in that zone. That would be a separate procedure. So with the comprehensive plan policies, what the committees are telling us is this is the thing we want you to accomplish. You don't necessarily need to spell out how staff is going to accomplish that through the regulations that will be in the code. And sometimes it's a fine line, but I don't want to spend too much of the committee's time in trying to think of every possible exception that might happen or scenario that might come up and trying to address that, because that's really what should be covered in more detail in the code.
Okay, thank you. Jim, is that satisfying to you?
That's fine. I just would, like to for the committee to understand that there will be situations where, in order to meet the goal or to protect personal property, that fixed widths may not work. And eventually, if something is too brittle, it's more apt to break. In other words, the policy be challenged. Versus if you have a little bit of flexibility, it'll be able to be sustained in the long run.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you. Todd, you had your hand up for comment a little bit earlier.
Yes, I'd like to offer an amendment, just a very easy one. It's the sentence that starts existing riparian vegetation along streams. That could be Scotch broom or blackberries, and it would limit the person from clearing that and putting in native riparian plants. And so I would just swap existing for native. Cheryl, you buy that?
I think, Todd, for what it's worth, I think that we're not necessarily working from the Northeast draft at this moment because Cheryl said some of that was outdated, and the original does not have the existing term in it. So I think it's
okay.
I think the original actually complies with what you're desiring. Any further discussion on the language suggested for policy 4? Or do you want to go to a vote on this one? So what we have
Remind us
is
what the language is at this point, please.
Sure. So to restate, so we've got I think we've got a combination of, so the policy 4, the existing language to protect riparian vegetation along streams and lakes not covered by the Forest Practices Act, county shall require a setback for non-water dependent uses. And we're adding county, I guess buffer should change to setback, since setback is what's used in the first sentence, but county setback distance should align with Oregon Forest Practices Act with a minimum buffer of 35 feet. The county should amend requirements as best available science changes or when Oregon Forest Practices Act amends buffer requirements. And I think that second one can be struck. I think that's a redundancy from when we sort of had 2 different versions floating. So we've got the original policy language plus this designation of we're going to take some of the distances from OFPA and amend when required. So is that clear, Cheryl, as far as what would be the policy? So this vote is to see whether you approve of policy 4 as exists with the addition of the language that's in the purple column. County buffer distance should align with OFPA with a minimum buffer of 35 feet. The county should amend requirements as best available science changes or when OFPA amends buffer requirements. I will note that, like with any of this suggested language, I make the assumption that county can and will alter slightly to make sure that it's technically correct and feasible for them to move forward with. Is there any objection to this? Let me try that first. Is there any objection to moving forward with policy 4 as written on the page? Any objection?
Actually, can I comment?
Not during a vote.
Okay.
So I hear no objection. So that passes for policy 4. So we would be moving on to policy 5. Susanna, do you have a comment that we need to take at this time?
But it was on that last piece of wording. So I don't know if it's so appropriate. Can I still say something now?
Sure.
Oh, I was just concerned that if you say a forced practices change, then the county can change it.
Mm-hmm.
And that if forced practices went from 20 to 25 feet, then somebody could say, well, let's change our 35-foot setback to 25-foot setback. I just wanted to point that out.
I think that's a risk, though. I'll point out that at any point the county could choose to do that.
Okay.
We're setting a guideline, but this comp plan can be amended whenever the county wants.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
So policy 5, the county shall rely on the State Department of Water Resources to ensure that minimum stream flow standards required for the maintenance of fish habitat are developed and implemented. The staff comments and recommended changes for this item. Staff note that this is not something that the county has monitored. The Oregon Water Resources Department vision is to serve the public by practicing and promoting responsible water management through 2 key goals: to address Oregon's water supply needs, to restore and protect stream flows and watersheds in order to ensure the long-term sustainability of Oregon's ecosystems, economy, and quality of life. Gail, could you clarify the staff comment? I'm actually not sure that I fully understand it. Maybe it's just late in the day for me.
Okay. Sorry, you have to bear with me. I had an email come in that I needed to look at.
No problem.
All right. So let me look at it. I don't think that we actually made a recommendation on that one. I think we just simply provided you some information about how the process works.
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. So that was informational only, that the Water Resources Department vision is, etc., was to inform us on what policy 5 might mean, because that's their vision, that's what they're working toward. But it sounds like the county is not actually doing this right now.
No, we're not.
Okay. So 3 CACs have recommended to support.
Our recommendation basically would be to retain the policy as written.
Okay. So 4 of the CACs have effectively supported retention of the policy. Southwest. So, Chad, is that to say that Southwest wants the county to maintain their own inventories and make them public?
Yeah, the concern was that marshes and wetlands need to be protected as well, and that was the main thrust of it. And then an inventory with fish-faring streams and other bodies. Yes, I don't know if the county would do that, or is there already, the state already does that to some extent, I think.
Gail, do you know?
I think you're kind of mixing a couple of things here. I think policy, I guess it's a 5, I can hardly see the number. I think that has more to do with water rights, and the state regulates providing water rights to users, and they want to do it in a way where they don't allow so much legal removal of water from a stream or a system that there isn't enough left for fish. So it's better to have one entity kind of looking at all that has the resources to do it right. I don't think it's so much about protecting the water bodies per se. It's more about having the actual minimum flows maintained in those streams. That's what it seems to say.
And I would expect or suspect that Water Resources Department is going to have to work with Fish and Wildlife in order to understand what that stream flow is required to be, and to verify that they're meeting it. And now that I have my full focus back here, sorry about that. We do not monitor it. We have not checked on it. We don't get an annual report from Water Resources Department. So.
I'd like to comment.
Okay, Susanna.
I know I asked the water resource, the fellow, well, no, I think it's a woman in charge of water rights. And in the Nehalem, there were no more water rights to be given away. And I think some of it is they've realized that the water flow in the summertime is so low that to give away water rights really can compromise stream flow. And I'm curious if around the county that was true. It'd be nice to ask them. Also, if you don't use the water you have in your water rights for 5 years, you should lose your water rights. And I kind of wonder how much they keep on top of that one. And those are my comments. Thanks.
So my understanding from the reading of this is that we're just essentially delegating responsibility for developing and implementing any minimum stream flow standard to the State Department of Water Resources. Is that a correct reading of this policy, Gail?
We're
saying we're not going to do this work.
We're saying we're not
rely
going
on.
to do it. I don't know if the Department of Water Resources actually sets the stream flow standards, or if that's Fish and Wildlife. But either way, we are relying upon 2 state agencies to make sure that fish habitat is protected.
Okay. Thank you. I just wanted to make sure I was correctly understanding this. I see a hand from Cheryl and then Robert.
And it doesn't actually say that the county is doing anything, but again, it's one of those aspirational goals. What it says is that we think that it's important to assure a minimum stream flow for maintenance of fish habitat, and that is important. So I think we want to keep this one in here, even though we're not actually doing anything. We do say that it's a value for us.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Robert?
I assume it's true. I don't know that it is, but my recollection is that City of Orange has water rights to more water than exists in the Lewis and Clark River. And that's just one of those curiosities of water rights law, So the idea that we shall rely, I don't know if that's just an accepted fiction, that we're not really relying, that we understand that that's the game. But I just wish we had language that says we don't even have to believe that the stream flows are being protected by anybody, but we know damn well that we aren't planning on trying to protect the stream flows. It's not our pay grade, but I think it's just one of those long-lived that the first users of water rights got their name on the list. It's throughout the West. But as far as the word rely, that is such a gross fiction. I wish someone, would add the word we shall not rely.
Other comments on this or suggestions of a way that we should move forward with an action here? Jim.
Well, this is just another example that the quantity and quality of water has come to the surface. It came up with drinking water, it's coming up with wildlife. The mission of the Oregon Water Resource Department has changed a little bit. The vision statement Gail has on there. And I'd like to point out the second bullet: to restore and protect stream flows and watersheds in order to ensure the long-term sustainability of Oregon's ecosystems, economy, and quality of life. This is more of exasperation on my part in terms of that's the nexus for quite a few of our issues, and we don't have the necessary information to provide good guidance to the county, or the county doesn't possess enough money to acquire this information. I'm not too sure what to do with this. If this is more of an aspirational thing, maybe we can have something in the as a policy to work to encourage, or work to collaborate with the Oregon Resource Department vision to look at a more holistic approach to water management for the groundwater as well as the surface water. I know that's a big bite, but if we phrase it so that we're not cornering the county into spending more money, at least it's on the table and allows some communication with them for a larger goal that we have, and a larger objective that we have in several of these goals.
I agree with that, and you know, one thing that this county probably will start doing is trying to interact a little more with Salem, either through the state representative or the state senator. And I know, you know, they may not be exactly the perfect ones to take on these kind of conservation issues at this point in time, but at some point in time they may be. And furthermore, the county commission could actually put some money toward having a lobbyist go and speak for us. A lot of counties do that. So there is room for the county to exert its opinion into the state issue. And I agree that the state's supposed to regulate water rights, and this is true in just about all the states, that streams are over allocated for the most part, and so there isn't enough water to go around because it's just the way it works in our society. But having a statement in there that we want to encourage the Department of Water Resources and other agencies to do the right thing, I think is worth having in there.
Especially since in their 5-year strategic plan, they do discuss something about meeting surface water and groundwater resources to meet the in-stream and out-of-stream uses. And so, I mean, as part of their next 5-year plan, it's a more strategic look on how do you balance the demands with the quantity. And if we can help to support that notion, that cooperation, you know, you never know. They may get lucky when the budget becomes in better shape to acquire more money to actually be able to do some of this.
Jim, well, it looks like Todd. Do you have?
Oh, I'm on. No, but I do want to say that the comments from Southwest can be put in the added at the end when we add new concerns.
So in the new policy section.
Right.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. So is there a motion from the floor about what to do with policy 5? Are we wanting to add or clarify any language? Do we want to support retention of the policy, etc. Todd?
I move we retain the policy as written.
Okay, is there a second for that motion?
Yeah, I'll second it.
Okay, I got a second from Jim, though I did hear you, Cheryl, too. Okay, so we've got a motion and a second to retain the policy as written. Is there any discussion of that motion? Okay, not hearing any discussion. Let's see, is there any objection to retaining the policy 5 as written? Any objection for that?
Can we see it on the screen? The policy as written.
I think Gail can come back to it. She was helpfully moving some things around. But to read it again, the county shall rely on the State Department of Water Resources to ensure that minimum stream flow standards required for the maintenance of fish habitat are developed and implemented.
Thank you.
That is the existing language. Any objection to keeping that language? Okay, hearing no objection, our recommendation is to keep policy 5 as written. Policy 6, let's go ahead, and we've got 7 minutes left by my clock before we get to public comment. So let's try and push at least policy 6. So policy 6, building permit applications where a stream is proposed as the water source shall be accompanied by a water right permit. The staff recommendation for that is to retain. They note that you can get the permit from the Oregon Water Resources Board for a fee whenever spring, river, stream, pond, or hand dug wells are used. It looks like, just to clarify the Clatsop Plains recommendation, that seems to be a response to staff comment and recommendation, but I don't believe hand dug is part of the policy language. And I'm not reading that staff is recommending or including that language. It's just that was informational, I think. Is that a correct reading of staff comment, Gail?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So, Robert, is it your impression that that Clatsop Plains is supportive of this outside of the hand dug bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it was just a, wells was the issue, not how you dug it, what kind of a shovel you used.
Good deal. So we've got support for staff recommendation. I'll take this from, let's see, Elsie Jewell moves to our committee the motion to support staff recommendation for policy 6. So we will retain policy 6, building permit applications where a stream is proposed as the water source shall be accompanied by a water right permit. Is there any objection to retention of that policy? Any objection? Okay, hearing no objection, that policy is retained. Let's see if we can get one more here. Policy 7, the county shall rely on the Division of State Lands permit process under the fill and removal law to ensure that proposed stream alterations such as bridges, channelization, or filling do not adversely affect the stream's integrity or its value as fish habitat. Staff comment and recommendation says, staff says this is currently the county practice. Permit applications affecting waterways must be accompanied by documentation of approval from DSL, as the policy states. I'm assuming that that is advocation for retention of the policy, Gail. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And then for CAC's support staff recommendation to retain the policy. Southwest recommends adding wildlife as a beneficiary for the habitat area, and to also refer to local regulation. Todd, would you care to speak to the recommendations from Southwest?
Yeah, with regard to the wildlife, it would be at the very last sentence says the value as fish habitat. It would be just to add and wildlife habitat.
Okay.
So that's easy. And then refer to local regulations. I don't recall who said that and why that was important. So we can drop that one.
Okay. So here's how I'd like to treat this. I'd like to advance a motion from the Southwest County CAC to retain policy 7 with the addition of and wildlife to the last sentence after fish, so that the full policy reads, the county shall rely on the Division of State Lands permit process under the fill and removal law to ensure that proposed stream alterations such as bridges, channelization, or filling do not adversely affect the stream's integrity or its value as fish and wildlife habitat. Any discussion of that motion?
Stream's integrity, what does that mean? You know,
Gail, could you give us a staff perspective on how you would read stream integrity?
I would basically read it as not degrading the water quality of the stream overall.
That's satisfactory, Robert?
It should also include things like banks, not the degradation of the banks. To me, that's what integrity is about. It's a whole suite of attributes that a stream possess in order for it to essentially be healthy. That's my interpretation.
Thank you, Jim.
Yeah, I agree with that because it's focused on bridges, channelization, filling, etc. So it's really more about the shape of the stream channel, not altering it in some way that's going to produce a greater amount of erosion or some other problem unforeseen.
Okay. Any further discussion on this amended policy? Okay, let's go to a vote then. So this would be the motion is to retain policy 7 with the addition of and wildlife, so that it will read the county shall rely on the Division of State Lands permit process under fill and removal law to ensure that proposed stream alterations such as bridges, channelization, or filling do not adversely affect the stream's integrity or its value as fish and wildlife habitat. Let's do a vote. Cheryl, how do you vote?
Yes.
Jim, how do you vote?
Yes.
Todd, how do you vote?
Yes.
Robert, how do you vote?
Aye.
Okay, by a count of 4-0, the motion passes. Policy 7 is retained with amendment. Okay, so it is 4:45 by my clock. At 4:45, we are, by our agenda, set to move to public comment and input. Obviously, we take public comment somewhat throughout the meeting, but is there any public comment at this time about the proceedings of the comprehensive plan update? Seems like we lost about all our members of the public, except for Commissioner Webb. Any public comment at this time? Is there any closing comment from staff? Gail, do you have closing comments for us today or notes about the next session? Is Gail frozen? Are there any closing comments from committee members? Cheryl.
We got a heck of a lot of work done today. 100 years ago, when we started, we were discussing the cultural aspects, and I appreciated the two new representatives from the Native Americans who came and gave us information. I was glad that they were here. They gave us good information, and I think that we worked through some sticky wickets and ended up with a good decision. I like the way this group works. We respect each other and we listen to each other, and sometimes we make a motion and then we listen to what everybody else says about it, and then sometimes we end up voting against our own motion. But in the end, I feel like that we're ending up with good, strong protections for our county. It was a good work day, although very long. My brain is tired.
Thanks, Cheryl. Jim?
Yeah, I also like to reiterate that, it was a long but a good session. And I would suggest that since we didn't quite finish everything we wanted to finish, which means that we're still a little bit behind, that we also have a longer session in January to see if we can finally catch up. Because we do make progress, especially when all of the CACs are in support of something, and even when there isn't. I think we're getting a little bit better under Andy's guidance to focus more on the issues, and we do make progress.
Thanks, Jim.
May I say a final thing, or a thing? Anybody in this world who believes that democracy doesn't exist needs to come to Clatsop County. You all have worked so hard, not just today, but what is it? It's like almost 2 years now. You're doing a great job. You are exemplified to me. Democracy, civility, aspirations for the future, great technical knowledge. I don't know how in the world so many fabulous people have come forward to participate in this process. And I think it's awe-inspiring. I really do. And I hope that tonight each of you toasts yourself to how valuable you are as human beings to our community. I hope you also say a little prayer of thanks for our fabulous staff. I hope you can appreciate the extent to which we have asked our staff to do basically extra work. We're still processing building permits and complaints, and these folks are working so incredibly hard. And I hope you all can appreciate how lucky we are to have such a good staff, and also how lucky we are to have a staff that is very, very committed to this work. You have made my day. You really have. You've the amount of work that you all put into these things, your knowledge, it's very inspiring. And I think you're going to make me cry. So thank you so much, really. We're just so lucky to have a community of human capital that is this wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great, until next time we see you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Happy
holidays.
And happy holidays.
Any other closing comments from committee members?
I hate to added after Delightful Pam, but I certainly, along with Gail, I am immensely grateful and wish Pam strength in the years ahead as a isolated soul. And if I should happen to disappear from this process by the winds of change, I'm totally okay with that. That's the way the cookie crumbles in Clatsop County. And it's great being with you all. I look forward to seeing you under any circumstances. But thank you, Gail. Thank you, Pam. Blessings to you both very much.
Blessings to you.
Thank you.
Gail, you were frozen up a bit earlier when I was hoping for staff comment about our next meeting and things of that nature. Glad you're back. Do you want to take the opportunity to try and schedule us, corral us, inform us of what we need to do?
Okay, yeah, sorry about that. It's the second time my computer froze up today. Our next meeting is scheduled for January 21st, and I guess the question that I would have for the committee, our usual meeting time is 1 o'clock. Do we want to continue with that, or did you want to do extra hours, or what would your preference be?
I think it was Jim said in his closing comments that he was encouraged by the amount of work we've managed in the longer session and that we still have some catching up to do. So I think maybe we could, if we could start a bit earlier again, that might be nice. Maybe the 11 o'clock time that was originally proposed for today might be better than 10. I feel like the last hour's been a little bit more of a slog than the previous time was.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so I will schedule it for 11 a.m. on January 21st.
Can I comment?
No.
Sure, Susanna.
I think today was the Watershed Council meeting. I'm not sure if Chris is still on. And I don't know. I'm going to be on it in January. And I think it might be a conflict on the 21st, and I don't know about that.
Okay.
Susanna doesn't mean Watershed Council. She means.
I'm sorry, Soil and Water District.
No,
Yeah.
that's not a conflict because the Soil and Water Conservation District meets on Wednesdays.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks.
Okay, so we'll plan for Todd.
I just want to thank you, Andy. Your patience and good manners are just really commendable. You've done a terrific job.
Yeah, I want to second that, Andy. I think you ran a really good meeting today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure.
And Gail, thank you.
I feel like I'm fortunate to be able to offer that service when all of you have so much more subject matter expertise. So thank you for the opportunity. Okay, if we have no more business from the group, I appreciate your time and efforts today. I think it was a good meeting. I hope you all have a good holiday and enjoy your downtime to get refreshed over the holiday season. And hopefully we'll come back with the spring in our step on the 21st and fly through the next section.
Thank you, and the same to all of you.
Be well, everyone.
Bye, Susanna.
Happy holidays.